Yes. It has been a few weeks, but people have been busy. When I say busy, I mean busy. But don't worry, we will get to that in a second. In the meantime, welcome to the podcast is real. I'm your host, Kingdrell, the creator of the podcast that's here every week, making sure we hold this down to bring you guys the best content in anime, gaming, cartoons, and just everything else nerd culture. Now, as you may see, if you're a person that comes here every week, you already know what it is. My co-stars, they're not here. You know what time they run on at this point. It's a running gag at this point, but it's okay because they will be here. So don't worry about it. In fact, they're going to surprise me when they jump in. You know what? And sometimes those are the best type of surprises. But in the meantime, it doesn't matter because it's not about them. It's not about me. It's about this famous guest that we have on the podcast right now. Like, just take a look. Do you know how long it took me to be able to get this woman on the podcast? I mean, this woman is a cosplayer. What? Gamer. What? Sneakerhead. What? Lifestyle creator. What? And pretty much everything else. You might see her at pretty much every con, it seems like. And she may even be able to tell you how they ran a little bit. You might need to ask her about that sometimes. Her drip is better than your drip. So put yours away because she's just way too swaggy. She is the one, the only Mastermind Aggie!
Mm. That was an introduction. That for sure beat my whole introductions, period. What's up with y'all? Nice to see all of you guys here from the hot seat this time.
Oh, yes, definitely on the hot seat. So you know what? We like to start off a little soft, guys. Don't worry. But after a while, we're gonna see if we can get her to maybe throw up her hands a little bit. You know, this I'm doing the Aggie right now, guys. For guys,
Yeah,
y'all that
if
may
you
not
don't.
know. But Aggie, how are you doing tonight?
I would say for the record, I'm pretty decent. Let me see. How would I say decent? I would say I'm all over the place because there's a lot going on my end where I should be at one place, relaxing and trying to stay grounded where I am. But oh my gosh, to stay grounded when there's so many things coming up is probably the most impossible and probably insane coming from somebody who considers herself the mastermind of insanity thing to do. There's a lot going on, great things, but I would say I'm all over the place, but in good hands somehow, some way.
You heard that, guys. She said she is all over the place, yet she has found time to slide in to be a guest on this podcast. So you know what? Look, she cares about us, guys. I'm throwing up a heart right now because that is all I see right now. So I'm glad that you're doing well because I know you've been a lot busier than I have, and even I have been busy lately over the past couple of weeks, which we'll get to a little bit later, guys. Don't worry about it. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and get started because, like I said, she is a variety content creator. She does a little of everything. And she's like a drip guide, guys, which again, we will get to. But believe it or not, she also does cosplays from time to time. You might have to go to a con to catch her in one, but it's okay. She does some. But wait, if you haven't seen her in one of these cosplays, you might get to see her in one right now because we have what we do on here called our cosplay showcase, aka she's got that shit on. So we're gonna
Uh,
go ahead and get started with the first one, and I want you to talk to us about this. I think you can't go swaggy without going into the Spider Verse for it real quick. So I would like for you to talk to me about being completely swagged out in this Miles Morales style outfit.
ah, all right. So, how did we get to this right here? I had a crazy fixation with Spider-Man since I was a child. Like I've been a big fan since maybe I was around 6 or 7. And anything Spider-Man related, I would always have to bug my mom about because I'm just like, I love Spider-Man. Can we get this Spider-Man action figure? Can I get the Spider-Man bath towel? Which I wish I could still show you, but I mean, that's unsanitary to do. But even then, I was
Yeah.
like, I wish I had that, but no, I ain't that crazy. But I had like almost everything Spider-Man, which to my family's concern, and I say my family's because they're just like, you like a lot of guy things, or rather, why don't you play with some dolls or whatnot? If it doesn't have Spider-Man on it, I don't want anything to do with it. So it's not unless it's Spider-Man, I really don't care for it. So from my end, as a child up to as me as an adult, once I heard about Into the Spider-Verse, because at that point I wasn't really connected into comics until somebody told me about Into the Spider-Verse being a thing and how Miles Morales is one of the newer Spider-Men that came into, into fruition. I was fixated not only from the music itself, but also from the music because I'm a musician as well. And me personally, once I saw his suit and try to get an outfit idea out of it, I'm like, first of all, I need that symbol on me. So found out the quickest store, or at least the closest store to me, who had a Spider Verse like shirt, and that was Hot Topic. So I took my chance at
Hmm.
Hot Topic, and
By the way,
then
you're being glazed in the chat right now. I don't know if you got the chat pulled up.
oh, I see my people there. What's up with you, Kaya? And I see Gabby, my people, my lovely people. Before I came to anime Twitter, or at least back into the anime community as I am now, shout out to Gabby. That was my people there. It still is my people to this day. But back to this Spider Verse outfit thing. Found that shirt. Everything else went from there because I at some point I wanted to go invest and get the sneakers that they had for Spider Verse because Jordan has always been and always never fails with the collaborations with Spider Man. So couldn't find the sneakers, unfortunately, but I found out they came out with some satin bread ones, which easy cop. I could get that.
Right.
Got some satin bread ones, and then just went from there to find a jacket. To which that jacket was actually gifted to me from one of my family members. So took that, and then asked one of my friends, "Hey, could we do a photo shoot?" And he's like, "I've been waiting to take your photos for a while. The fact you've been asking for this, when you finally asked for it, is here now." So we went downtown, took some photos, got a lot of compliments from a lot of bystanders saying that, "Are you cosplaying Miles Morales?" I'm like, it wasn't intention, but I like Spider Verse, so we tried something there. But we did that little photo shoot, did our little thing there, and that was probably one of my favorite photo shoots for my birthday that somebody did. So I took that chance. To this day, it's probably one of my favorite photo shoots and probably one of my favorite outfits.
Well, like I said, drip queen over here. And guys, I wasn't able to fit it into the photo, but she had those sneakers on too. I mean, she is the sneaker head. So
Can never go anywhere without some breads. Those are my first. They were my first breads, and then I recently got some older breads and the newest breads that came out this year. I don't go anywhere without my sneakers.
yes, no, she's gonna have. I wanted to see you have a sneaker off with somebody. Like I just want to see that happen. See if somebody can think they can out sneaker you.
I've met a few people who managed to do so. Although I would say I'm at equal lengths with a few of my mutuals. Like if you've seen like my recent skit with Poppy Smiles, my boy Brian, love that guy.
Hmm.
He has some good sneakers that I don't have, and I kind of wish I was his size because as of right now, I'm still kind of like still like slightly disappointed that he's a little bigger, but it's fine. It's whatever. I'm an average size woman, guys. I can only do so much, and my sneaker size can get sold out pretty quickly.
All I heard was you was talking about walking up on somebody going, "Hey, what size shoe you wear, blood?"
Then I
Yeah,
heard
yeah,
13, and I
come
said
on
I'm
up
never
off of
coming back.
those.
I'm like, I'm never coming back once I heard 13.
Ah, but it's okay because, like I said, your sneaker collection is still great, and this Spider Verse inspired, Miles Morales inspired outfit is definitely drippy. And it was a great. I've seen some other photos from this as well. You were definitely putting in work with this look right here. However, you might have been putting in work there, but there was another time where you might have been putting in overtime. So
Good cutaway. Hmm.
I need you to talk to me about Nanami.
This has been one of my, if not my top requested cosplays, simply because of the fact that I'm a big person when it comes to being funny and also a meme. And obviously, we know one thing about Nanami and his fixation, let's call it a fixation, with pooling hair. A few people, especially my friends, like to joke about getting their hair pulled. And I said, you know what? At some point, I will cosplay Nanami and we can make it work. So I first unveiled this cosplay at Fan Expo a week before MomoCon this year. Just wanted to get some pictures done, but one of these guys or photographers came up to me and asked, "Are you cosplaying anytime this weekend?" Because I was working Fan Expo this year, and I said, "I want to, but I don't really think I will cosplay until next week when I go to MomoCon." He's like, "I want to take some pictures, and if you're willing to bring that cosplay after your shift is over today, then we can make it work." I said, "Okay, fine. I'm gonna go home real quick and go get my cosplay." To which, not far from the convention center, just about 15 minutes away, literally by train. So I go back, grab my stuff, put everything on, in which the compliments, the people just rolling in, they're like, "Finally, we see some cosplays from you." Guys, I'm not a cosplayer. I don't know why y'all think about that, but sure, yeah, I got that on today, I guess. So we take our photos, some good photos that I managed not to put on Instagram because I was just like, I want to save that for Robocon. Some of these are gonna be out for Robocon, maybe. I never put them out, but
Mm.
we got some good photos and got some
Hashtag
great.
release the photos.
I don't know about that, but we got some great photos. Made a great connection there. Two photographers that I hold dearly. Saw them back at New York Comic Con, and Anime NYC. And probably one of my favorite cosplays to this day. Since I also like Nanami as a character, but this one, fun, fun photography, and fun photo shoot.
Okay, so you said you could make that work with some of your friends. How many other people wanted you to pull their hair when you were wearing this?
I was expecting my usual 3 to 5 friends, only to end up pooling 7 people at MomoCon. There might be pictures of those on my Instagram. Some of them didn't make it because I'm like, some of y'all were a little crazy. But yeah, well, Kyle, we ain't get to you yet, even though I will put it on for you at some point. But yeah, there was some people I didn't expect to have their hair pulled, but everybody got their hair pulled. Somebody was willing to get their do rag pulled. So it didn't stop at just hair, it stopped at everything that was like hair accessory.
What is it with you with people at cons? Like, it's just you have that attraction. They gravitate to you, don't they?
I don't know what gave them the idea that I would be willing to play into their craziness, but they're not wrong. I would.
They look as long we've seen some pretty weird things at cons. That's actually tame compared to some other things that I've seen. So you're good.
I would like to believe I'm tame. Sometimes I say some crazy things, but there's not a crazy interview that you could find with me saying something that would, cause some noise. I think.
I mean, it's like pulling hairs, whatever.
Yeah, that's like whatever. I can't say everybody does that, but everybody does that.
Exactly. You're not spitting in people's mouths. I don't.
That we don't bring that back, and I don't want to be reminded because I know that person pretty well. Not well to the point where they're a close friend. They're just I know them well because they live in my city. Unfortunately, I'm reminded of seeing them every time I have.
Your city's responsible for that.
No, they're not responsible, but at the same time, they just live where I am.
Okay, see, now we got somebody to blame, guys. No.
Wow, you can't blame me. I'm just here. There's weird people everywhere. Just like how there's weird people in Philly, there's weird people everywhere. Like we were in New York City when that happened. So if anything, we blame New York for their atmosphere. You just welcome into weirdness. They just so happen to come from next door.
Nah, it's okay, guys. I'm gonna give her a hard time because it's her first time doing this on the podcast. But yes, there's a lot of weirdness. A lot of those I'm glad you don't really hear about anymore. Some of those phases have kind of come and gone, and I think it's because some of these cons are trying to do a better job of making sure people are safe when they go to cons. It still ain't perfect, guys. Unfortunately, we'll get into that a little bit later as well. But It's still not perfect, but I would like to hope that everybody's doing a little bit better.
We can
But
only progress.
speaking of doing a little bit better, there's a lot more drip that she has for her guys. So
Whew. Now, not gonna lie, when it comes down to like promotional pictures that people ask me for whenever they're promoting like their events, podcasts, or what have you, I've been recently giving people this picture because I love the way how I took it. This was like a self photo shoot for real. I did this in my backyard, which funny story about my backyard. This building here used to have a full on mural, and it was out. You can't see it in the full picture here, but that mural had Snoopy and like some graffiti, quite literally in the back of my house, like just adjacent from there. But I think recently, when this building got bought out, they just covered up the entire mural, so it was just like, damn, we're never getting this back again. But that was my favorite spot to take photos, even with my former job. They wanted to use my backyard as like the place to take photos for one of their newer items that they were going to unveil in the brand. But I said we don't have the mural anymore because the building got bought out, so they couldn't use it. However, when it comes to this photo here, I'm an ambassador for this brand based in Georgia called Too Lucky Merch. Too Lucky Merch recently has done a jersey collection of Dragon Ball characters, and as y'all can see it there, I'm aura farming and wearing Piccolo. And I had the um perfect outfit planned for this, from the jersey itself, the pants. Love my cargo suit this day. I will always get those fixed whenever something's wrong, but nothing has been wrong since then. And then my sneakers, to which these are the Lucky Green Fives. I thought I was only going to use those once. I only used them maybe a few times before then for PAX East and maybe like one outfit at Anime NYC. But then this jersey came out, and I said I knew these sneakers would be used again. I'm not a big fan of fives, but these sneakers were perfect for it. So put that together, and we got this little outfit here, which a lot of people actually liked. I wore this outfit out in public at one point just to go grocery shopping, to which when I went grocery shopping, somebody stopped me. It was the security guard. I thought he was about to accuse me of something, but he was like, "No, I like your jersey. Where did you get it from?" So jersey was not out at the time. And I said it's from this website called Too Lucky Merch. And he's like, when this when this jersey comes out, I want it. So is there like a code I need? Is there a link? Where's the brand? Do you own the brand? I wish I could own the brand. And I'm just here like, here's the release date. Use my code. That man went on to buy like maybe 5 jerseys, and I made a lot of money from that one drop in particular. So God bless that man, because I got money from that day.
Now, yes, God bless that man and that jersey. Because, like I said, there's a reason when I went through, I picked this one. Like you said, you use this one a lot for like promo photos and stuff like that. So, this is clearly one of her favorites, guys.
It's between this and the Kakarot jersey, and also the Majin Moon one that just came out like a few days ago. But I got the Vegeta one recently that I'm going to use in a photo shoot this week, because I want to unveil all the jerseys that we have in the lineup, but there requires some content for it. So that photo shoot will come in handy, but also the video that we have planned for it will come in handy. So you'll see more jersey content.
Guys, I saw that Majin Buu one firsthand. It looked good.
Mm-hmm.
Not good, good. T on
We
that
use the
one.
good. This is a good jersey. I told that's a Too Lucky Merch. This jersey collection, good. We need more.
Look, like I said, and they're saying it in the thing. Look, Aggie got drip for show. She got money. Ooh. I mean, if people keep buying these jerseys, she'll have plenty of it. So, yeah, there's always been this consensus thing around you that Aggie is rich. You know, like she's always like she's addressed it in the past, guys. Don't worry about that. Look, she just is really good with her money.
I would say this ongoing little we can't even call it a rumor. I would say this belief that I'm rich. I wouldn't say I'm rich. I would say I have money to some degree to afford certain things. To say that I have I counted it recently. It's 25. 25 pairs of sneakers. I wouldn't call that me being rich. That's just me having the opportunity, as I like to call it, to buy sneakers. Right? I managed to get those sneakers when I was in college up until now, simply because of the fact that I wanted to build credit. And my way of building credit, besides grocery shopping and like buying stuff for school, was also just finding a risk buy, which is what I call it, and utilizing sneakers as my risk buy to build my credit, which worked because I was like, I'm gonna go for the sneakers that I want all the time. So buy the sneakers, pay off the credit, we good, and this credit score goes up. Win-win for everybody.
Oh my goodness. See it, want it, buy it, own it. I don't know. See, I was trying to defend you here a little bit, but I mean,
It doesn't help. Y'all see me at almost every con, and then you're wondering how do I get to those cons, and then you're saying, "Oh, you're rich because you're here." How that work? How did that work?
you do go to a lot of cons, but you're also really good with your money. You probably are not spending freaking $15 a day on takeout food and stuff like that. So I've been trying to do that a little bit as well because luckily for me, like I have family members. If I want restaurant food, I have family members that work at those restaurants, so I don't necessarily
Mm.
pay to eat at these places. But I also don't want to eat at these places all the time because I got a gut that I'm trying to get rid of. And I'm trying to be out next summer without my shirt. So
See, there's motivation there. Like now you're thinking, do I really need to eat at this particular restaurant or eat this when I could just make something at home or go somewhere that offers quality food slash something that won't give me a gut?
well, I have my smoothie machine now, and I've been putting it to use a lot. Trying to teach myself how to make different smoothies from just like online recipes, YouTube videos, all that good stuff.
Mm.
You know, the only thing about looking up things on YouTube videos is that you never really know who to trust because they all contradict each other.
Yeah, found the trick because most cases, a lot of the things that they showcase on YouTube always won't work for you, just like how they won't even work for themselves. They're just kind of marketing it towards you just so you're able to buy into their plan, but then also say this didn't work because you did X, Y, and Z. When in reality, X, Y, and Z can only work for you if you got certain things about you. I don't have ABC for X, Y, and Z to work. So therefore, this may not even work for you in the way they work for me.
Which is why I stopped looking at YouTube videos for exercise tips because you'll see that one person to be like, oh, you want to look like this? You should do A, B, and C. And you'll see that other person that clearly saw that person's video, so they want to copy it for views. Oh, you want to do this? You should be doing A, B, and C. And then you'll see another one. Oh, you should be doing A, B, and then you'll get that one person that wants to go against the mode and be like, guys, I know you're going to see certain videos that say you should do A, B, and C, but I'm telling you that's wrong and that's not going to work. What you really should be doing is D, E, and F.
Ah. Just like, wait, or do you have X, Y, and Z? Wait a minute. Then you should try A, B, and C. But wait, what if I also have, D and F? Oh, well, we didn't take that into consideration. You're not a doctor, so I don't think I even should be listening to you in the first place. But hey.
But look like this. Or I'm going to teach you how to get ripped in 30 days. That's not even a thing that's possible.
First of all, that is not a thing.
Yeah.
Don't even believe in that. That's crazy.
Aggie's fits are like restaurant reviews in the sense that they're going to eat every time. Bar.
And every time you eat, you're always going to get something good out of it.
Bar. I know that's right. Eating every time, right, Aggie?
I do. Ah, the very first jersey that they unveiled. This one is by far the most popular in the brand itself because I see a lot of other mutuals and even other people wearing it. But this was also a voice actor favorite. So this picture here, I was at KamehaCon, which is a Dragon Ball Center con. So all the Dragon Ball voice actors from even the OG Dragon Ball to the newest Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball Daima, everybody was here except Sean Shimmer, which, still makes me angry, but whatever. We're not going to talk about Sean today. I wore this while I was a handler for, if you know Robert McCullum, which Doflamingo's voice actor, Toji from Peach Girl. I forgot. Well, I can't even say I forgot, but he was also on Dragon Ball as well as a few other characters. He was a lot of characters. This man's everywhere. I was his handler for the entire weekend. And right next to me was also Kent Williams, which, if you know Mr. Compress, the Supreme Kai, everybody. We were talking a lot about my fit, which all of the voice actors from Funimation and Ocean Dub's Dragon Ball. We're all just like, there's a well dressed handler here, and she has been doing an amazing job. That's where I'm just like, oh, now I'm getting in cahoots with all these voice actors because you're just all calling me a well dressed handler. So the point where I think two of those voice actors, I think it was Robert, no, not even Robert, Eric Vale and Ian Sinclair. Ian Sinclair, we were all just kind of eating in the back area where the voice actors were able to like get some snacks, refreshments, whatever, what have you. Just talking about whatever and just like how the handlers are doing overall. And it was like a little playful thing, but they were like fighting for me particularly because they're like, "Do you have somebody you work with exclusively? Like, do you want to work for me? Nah, she'll work for me. She knows me already." I'm just like, "Wait a minute, hold on. I didn't even get into this line of work. I can't work for all of y'all. So you want to work for me, right? You met me at Anime Frontier. This was Ian Sinclair now. You met me at Anime Frontier. You know, we know each other." Eric Bale's just like, "That doesn't count. She just got here."
Oh man. So what were they calling you again?
Don't you bring that word up. I'm like, I know where you're about to go with this. And yes, you might be right. You might be right to some degree. Because even with this outfit, too, one small accessory, one well known accessory now, got a lot of attention. And that was the Dragon Ball bag from Hypeland, which by far my favorite accessory that they came out with. Second to like the tapestries and like the belts. The belts are cool. But this bag caught a lot of attention, especially from Kid Goku's voice actor, Stephanie Natalie.
Shout out to Stephanie.
I love Auntie Stephanie. She's great. She saw that bag, and her first question was, "Where did you get that from?" I'm like, "Hypeland had a Dragon Ball collection." She's like, "They never told me about this. I want that bag." And you can't get that bag anywhere else now because Hypeland's already done with the collab. So it was a sad day for her, but she's like, "You know what? I will do you a favor." So I give her the bag because she asked for it. She signs the bag, and she's like, "I want to see more of your content, but also, see you where your journey takes you." And decides to follow me on Instagram. Shout out to Stephanie. Love her dearly. Hope she's doing well, and I hope she gets a bag at some point. I don't care what you got to do, Hypeland. Just make the bag. Bring it back.
Yeah, because I mean I'm sure it's on eBay somewhere, but who really wants to do that?
Everything's on eBay. They have a lot of things that I want on eBay, but I personally will not be buying it because you guys are upscaling the price and they made that bag cheap. It used to be 120. Now it was 60, but now it's gone.
Yeah, so that's sometimes though it turns into so how bad do you want it?
Not that bad. You gonna charge me 180 for it? That's more than what I paid for.
I don't know. I might pay 180 for it.
I know what you are.
I'm just saying, like, if I want something, I've bought stuff on eBay before. I don't think I've ever bought anything that was like way more than what it was worth originally, though. Like,
Okay.
honestly, there's only been one thing now that I think about that I've ever bought on eBay. There's still been a lot of things I've shopped for on eBay, and I hit the save button on it and was like, I might come back for that.
Right.
But the only thing I ever bought on eBay, I don't wear it so much anymore, but there's kind of a reason for that.
Mm.
Is my Chippendale Rescue Ranger shirt because
Ooh.
literally the shirt that Dale wears in Chippendale Rescue Rangers.
Mhm.
And the reason I got that on eBay was because by the time I was even aware that that was something that Disney was selling at their Disney parks, they were not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
They were discontinued, never to be made again. And even when they were available, they weren't available on their store, I believe. Like you could only get them at their parks, which I've
Mm.
never been to. I still want that on my bucket list. I'm a Disney head, and it's like, how can I even call myself a Disney head? I've never been to Disney World. I'm a fraud right now.
Fair.
So I got to be there at least once. So when I found out about it, I was like, uh, Wavy says Aggie, by the
What's up
way.
with you, Wavy?
So obviously, I was like, you know what? I don't even care what the price is at this point. I want that shirt. I need that shirt. I'm going to eBay to see if they have them. And it just so happens that there was somebody that I guess bought a bunch of them at one point because they were selling it and they had a lot of them. So it was like, okay, it's a good price. And I think it was only maybe like $10 more when what the original price was. And the only downside to it was they didn't really sell it in my size. So they didn't have it in my size, but they're the only person that was selling this thing on eBay. So
Mm.
I kind of popped for a close enough size.
Just,
I got
you
the
know
biggest
what you're
one that
doing.
they have. It fits. It's just I like bigger clothes on me,
Oh,
so I like to wear my stuff bigger and baggier. So it's not small, it just
okay,
fits.
okay.
And I don't really like really rocking too much with stuff that just fits. So, sometimes I'll break it out. And I don't think I broke it out in the past year. I was gonna bring it to one of the I was actually gonna bring it to New York Comic Con, and then like it was a last minute dump when I was like thinking of like clothes I wanted to bring. It was a last minute, nah, I don't think I'm gonna bring this with me.
Fair.
Shirts because it's a short sleeve, and I was like, this time of year in New York, I don't know how cold it's gonna be. So I've learned my lesson when I went to New York for the very first time because I'm down here in Tennessee, so it never really just gets particularly too cold unless it's deep in the wintertime.
Right.
Up north, it's gonna start getting cold a lot earlier.
Mm.
So then I had to learn the hard way about like ocean breezes and all of this stuff. So first time I went to New York and I saw the temperature and they were like, "Oh, the low is going to be 40." I'm like, "Oh, well that isn't too bad. It gets 40 here." And I don't think that's that big of a deal. Then I got up there and I realized that their 40 and our 40 is not the same 40.
Yeah, I've learned the difference there, especially when it's a certain time of the season for me personally, because I live in Philly and our weather is completely similar to New York's weather. Not mainly because of the fact that we're quite literally next to each other, but when it's 40 in like the fall, it's cold. When it's 40 in the winter, however, you probably might catch me sometimes. This is why I get sick sometimes. But I would not wear a jacket if it's 40 degrees in the winter simply because of the fact that it's warmer than what I'm used to in the winter. It goes to as low as like 15, sometimes past that to like a 5-degree weather. And then once it's 40, all of a sudden it feels like summer again. Take the jacket off. We're done.
Yeah. By the way, the King of New York is in the chat. So
Ah, so he's about to come in here in like 20 seconds, probably.
probably here pretty soon. But yes, no, down in Tennessee, it never really get. I mean, like in the deep of winter, like January, February, like it gets really cold here. I know it wasn't like last winter, but the winter before last, it got
Mm.
down to I think the coldest it got was like -2 degrees.
Yeah, I got it. Nope. I'm just like, you know what? You got that. As soon as I see a negative, I'm
I'm
never
pretty
touching that.
sure that's the coldest it's ever been here, at least since I've been alive. And it was I got in my car because I still worked because I'm a DoorDash driver. People who follow me know that. Had my heat on completely full blast and it didn't matter. It was like heat was not on in my car at all. I was like, you know what? I might as well just turn this off because now I'm not gonna turn it off because technically I'm like, if this heat is on full blast and I'm still cold, imagine what it would feel like if I turned this heat off.
Oh no. At that point, it's just going to be so cold for me that everything needs to come on and I might have to get a high bill, but that high bill will be paid regardless because it's too cold and I can't even take a breeze when it's like fall anymore. I'm just so sensitive to the cold. I'm turning on every heater in the house and I don't care how hot it gets and how much it feels like a sauna. It's no, it's cold outside. We can't do
I
that.
hate the cold. I've always said, in that big debate of extremes, would you rather be burning hot or freezing cold? I say, give me hot all day. I can't do cold. I can't.
Like I can wear shorts when it's hot. I feel lighter. I don't have to put on a jacket. I say less clothing. That sounds crazy, but even then, less clothing. I don't have to do too much. More clothing in the winter and the fall where it's cold. Heck, spring is even manageable. I can wear a hoodie and some shorts.
Now, I mean, now some people's counteract to that is, but if it's cold in the winter, you can wear like 20 layers of clothes and maybe be warm. Meanwhile, in the summertime, you could be naked and still be burning. Like there's nothing you can really do. Yeah, but yeah,
But that's
still.
situational, especially where if you live in a place where it's literally so humid to the point where you have to do all that. I don't live in a place like that. It could get humid here, but it will still be nice and comfortable with some small layers of clothing.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
but I'm in the South, so
Unfortunately, yeah,
it
I'm about
get
to say that's your unfortunate
yeah.
reality. I'm sorry, friend. When I go to the South and it gets so hot, I do get have to go somewhere that's a little cold. But
So
it's not
while that
cold.
cold winter was unusual for us, summer times, triple digits.
Did not think you guys could ever get snow a day in my life, but I was so impressed when I saw you guys had snowstorms.
We actually get them all the time. In fact, when we were when I was little, we used to get blizzards like every winter. We don't get them anymore, and
Mm.
like there's reasons for that though. You got those conspiracy theorists that think that doesn't exist, but no, it does not get as cold as it used to when I was little. So
Mm.
yeah, but no, we used to actually have what they called a blizzard warning during the wintertime. It used to go across the screen and it would say blizzard warning where it snowed so bad here it would knock the power out.
Psh.
And yeah, I haven't seen that kind of snow here since I was like 10.
Yeah, no, that's actually very impressive. I'm not even gonna lie, that would probably shock me. Someone who don't see it often, but also just sees it when it happens. Oh, okay, wow. But it's that time of the year, y'all.
Triple digits on the other hand, oh my goodness. I'm glad summer's over. I'll just say that. I'm glad summer's over here and we don't even get near the triple digits anymore. And when I just live in Tennessee, so know that there's still states even more south than me. Like when I went the last time I didn't go this year, but the last time I went to DreamCon, I said that heat was disrespectful.
I was bewildered to see that the heat in Houston this year was actually still hot in May of all months, and to see that we're going back to July, which I know it's going to be hotter, especially since it's summer. But I can't lie to y'all guys. I can't do another DreamCon in May, and I don't ever want to see DreamCon in May. That was a horrific
But it's
experience.
worse in July.
I don't care. That's a risk I'm going to have to take. If it's going to be hot, okay, it's going to be hot. So be it. I was at the Marriott Marquis Houston. We had a pool. That lazy river, the infinity pool, everything. That's just something I'm going to have to risk the heat for because at least I'll be cool at the end of the day. My hotel got it. But I just can't do it in May again. I don't care how hot it was. That wasn't my problem. It was just how close it was to MomoCon. I'm never skipping MomoCon.
Yeah, Lord knows you got the end when it comes to Marriott. So, we can all be so lucky.
I
Yes.
mean,
Because
if
yes, again, I do my research. But speaking of research, I don't want to give away everything that I know about Aggie because that's what she's here for. I think I've done enough glazing for Aggie tonight as it is. So it's time for some self-glazing. Believe it or not, there's actually some people out there that may not know who Mastermind Aggie is. So the floor is yours right now to let everybody know who you are and what you're about. So I'm going to sit back and shut the hell up and give you the floor.
How? Where do I want to start with and how I got here? Well, before I got into this content creator thing, Mastermind Aggie was simply just, Aggie. Aggie was, or rather is, because I don't do it often, but I still do it. Aggie is a musician based out in Philly, born and raised. Um, I do a lot for my own liking, truthfully, which is why I'm such a variety content creator. Simply because I like to game, I like to review, and also watch anime. Which, and wow, okay, but with the gaming thing, I've been playing games since I was 5 years old. With my first video game being Sonic Adventure 2. What's up with you, Kayla? Um, gifted to me by my uncle-in-law. I don't know what I'll call him, but let's call him my uncle. He told me, he was like, "You have ever played a video game in your life?" I'm like, "I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool." And he showed me a GameCube. That was my very first system, and to this day, I was hooked onto it. Got a GameCube recently from PAX East, and I played Sonic Adventure 2, being introduced to the Blue Blur himself. But who cares about that man? I love Sonic bad, but the person I came to love when I got introduced to that game, Shadow. That right there is a hedgehog. My favorite fixation was Shadow the Hedgehog, seeing how cool he was from his sneakers. Sneakers capturing my eye again. His personality. That guy is cool. I don't care what people say about edginess, but that personality, so cool, so suave, so intimidating to the right people. Everything. All about Shadow and black and red. Two of my favorite colors. My main favorite color is blue, which ironically crazy enough. But him, all about him. And then being able to play his game on the same exact system years later, not like years later into my teens, but like years later as a child. Shadow the Hedgehog, it's a game. It's a good game at that, but it was a game. Ah, there goes my two lucky merch team. What's up with you, Marks? But as a gamer, I've definitely been here for a long time and still will be here for a long time. But as an anime watcher slash someone who's just involved with anime heavily, definitely came here a year after finding out about gaming. One of my trademark lines that I like to tell people whenever they ask me how long I've been watching anime is I've been weaving since '06, with my very first anime being Dragon Ball. So once I got introduced to Dragon Ball, not only did that really start my love for anime, but also my love for martial arts, because I am also a martial artist. Learned Kung Fu at the age of 7, Wing Chun, for those who wanted to know exactly which. And then also had a chance to learn karate, Shotokan at that. But the one thing that really changed my life entirely when I was able to learn and master both of those martial arts was boxing. But I only did boxing for about maybe a year when I was 14. And that only came to fruition when I learned about my favorite anime to this day called Hajime no Ippo, which, if you need the English name, Fighting Spirit. That anime I learned about when I was 14, and to this day is probably my favorite anime up to now. Not only changed the directory of my life, but also the way how my mindset is shaped with self improvement and also finding something that makes you strong. I give my thanks, and I also give a lot of qualms, a lot of great deal of opinions and life stories, life lessons to Hajime no Ippo. It's amazing what anime can do in your life. So, besides the anime and gaming watching, where does the travel and lifestyle thing come into? So it's not crazy news, but it is also an unknown, well known fact that I've been going to conventions for a long time. I went to my first convention at 10 years old when I was literally with my mom at the mall trying to see if I can finesse my way into getting another video game when this lady came up to my sister, my mom, and I saying, we have a convention happening in 2 weeks. You guys should come, and gave us an invitation to, I think it was Zenkai Con when it used to be in Philly. And I told my mom, can we please go? Please, please, please. She was like, I don't even know how much this costs. But you know what? We'll take that chance. And so my sister and I went to our first anime convention, and I was taken aback with the amount of things I saw at the convention. From cosplays to video games to different characters and different vendors. Everything about conventions really captured my eye, and I wanted to know more about it. The thing was, even to this day, and we know this as a well known fact, conventions are not cheap. So to go there every year like I do now was not possible when I was a child. But there were people out there who not only made conventions to make it affordable for people to attend, but there were also conventions that had a lot of great history behind them. That's when, maybe 4 years after my first convention, I went to another convention called J1 Con, which is the oldest Black owned convention to this day. Love Jason Richardson to this day, and also give him a lot of thanks for making it possible for people in the Philadelphia area to also go to conventions, because we did not have a lot of them, and we still don't have a lot of them to this day. But to be able to nerd out with other people, to meet folks that are actually close to me as of this day, and even having an outlet for me to see the nerd community in Philadelphia has been very helpful. But I couldn't always go every year too, because number one, I was still a child, and two, I still had school to deal with. So had to take a brief hiatus from conventions for about 3, 4 years. I think about 3 years, because I started going back in 2018 to back to J1 Con once I graduated high school. Since it was already close by, and by then they expanded and went to Atlantic City at the Showboat Hotel, I started going back to conventions again. But then they also got in the way with school. But even then, I was still able to go every year until, the pandemic happened. So conventions were always something I wanted to do and be part of and learn more about. Because I wanted to know what made conventions the things that they are now. Why do people want to go to them? As well as, what's the last thing? As well as how can we make this more affordable, but also expansive to other people who want to learn? There's people in here. I hear that noise. Oh dear.
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, straight from the IRL,
In front of a good store at
the
that.
King of New York, Jasirii.
I see. I see. He's
What's
strong.
going on? What's going on? We got the big miracle in the building. You feel me?
Now, what's up with you, Jasirii?
Yeah, you already see the vibes. You already know the vibes. Que pasó? Yeah, there. Yeah, Zegan. Now I'm back in the car.
I see. I see. I
Wow,
see.
please. We here IRL, baby. What's going on, yeah?
Yeah, IRL. Make sure you're safe out there, though.
Please.
Oh, of course. I'm no longer driving.
Nah,
I
that
double
that
checked.
wasn't what I meant. But again,
All
we'll
right.
get into some stuff a little bit later. But yes, it's glad that you were able to join us. Right now, Aggie is telling us about going to these different conventions and how she's basically able to go to every convention that's ever existed ever.
Oh, sounds about right. Sounds about
Yeah.
Aggie.
Sounds about Aggie is
Big
crazy.
celebrity. Big celebrity. You feel me? Hold on.
Ah,
I didn't even do it yet.
ah, 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 ah. Crazy. Crazy work. How dare you all?
I didn't even see it yet, so I got to be the first to power off. Come on now.
I see. I see. I see. I see. You know what? That's fair. 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 You got me there.
May I borrow this? Mm-hmm. Thank you. What's
Yeah.
going on, gang?
Now,
I'm just talking.
I do one of them. Which one you
now
want to use? This one?
gang's here. But as you're getting situated, I'm gonna go ahead and let Aggie finish her story because she was mid telling us about these conventions.
All right, come on. Let me give me the juice. I need a tea. Need a
I
tea.
said so. After when the pandemic happened, I stopped going to conventions because there was no conventions obviously happening. Even with the virtual ones, they didn't really give me the convention feel, so I didn't go to them and just decided to focus solely on school, which happened. So still focusing on a lot of trombone things, research, because I got my degree in music history. So I take my research seriously and I have to make sure that whatever I'm telling to my audience, even as a content creator, that everything is true but also pretty accurate, just like journalism. So I took what I could do and did what I had to do to make sure I graduated school debt free. This is important. So once I graduated college, I decided to not even take my hand actually. It was before college actually because I went to Anime NYC 2021, but didn't do too much there. I just went to the convention for the first few days and then went. Great time though, but it was giving me my little step back into convention scene and see what's up. That was probably my first big convention because I heard nothing about Anime NYC until one of my friends from high school told me, you should come visit me, but we should go to a con together. And I'm like, I haven't been to a con since like 2019. I don't know what to expect anymore. To go into that after being on hiatus for a long time was probably the craziest idea because that's also when I got introduced to the anime community. And if you guys didn't know, which a few people didn't know until I recently told them, I only got introduced to the anime community, or at least rather have an idea of it, by my god sister Jax. We love Jax here. Oh, we're always gonna love Jax here. But she told me about it, gave me some insight about how the community is, and went from there. It was great. I love you all. And I'm just like, I've met some good people there. Went to my first after party in I think 2022. It was around that time. That's when I went to DreamCon. That's when I got first introduced to DreamCon because she told me about it way back in 2021, but I just didn't have time to do it. And I said when I graduate from college, that will be the con I go to in the summer. Don't have any regrets because I love DreamCon. DreamCon's great. But that was my introduction to after parties, and I had to make a crazy decision at that point because to me, this is where like the lifestyle thing comes into it. It takes endurance to not only be physically able to go to these parties, but it also takes a lot of mental endurance to be able to network and talk to people. I am naturally an introvert and don't like to talk to people, which is crazy for the line of profession that I'm in. So to hear that I don't like to talk to people, but still have to talk to people and people complimenting the way I network with others is insane to me because I'm like, I don't even like to talk that much. I don't know what you guys are seeing. But based off of these people and their words, you're a great networker, Aggie. Sure. Okay.
You sure is. You sure are.
See my point. This is what I talk about. This is like the craziest thing I've heard all day. Either way, it took some time to build. So once I came back home from DreamCon, that's when I'm just like, I want to learn more about content creation and I want to learn more about what the anime community, what the gaming industry and anime industry is doing now. What makes it different? What's different this time? How does that work in the convention scene. And where do I fit in all of this? From wanting to be someone involved with music history and being like a music librarian, because I used to work as a music librarian, I did a complete 360. I would say 720. It's probably like a 540 for real. But I took a huge turn with my profession to not being a librarian anymore to someone who wants to work in tourism and conventions. As of right now, I'm still into getting into that field, but I would say from my experience as working as a volunteer and ultimately staff at a few of these convention scenes, it was probably for the best that I made that turn, because nowadays I'm at a lot of conventions learning more about tourism and conventions, but also being able to have my hand in the anime and gaming industry. As of right now, I work as an executive assistant for an investor, but she's not only involved with tourism and conventions, but she's also teaching me the ins and outs in the business of behind the anime industry and also the gaming industry. Around this time, I was able to learn about a lot of different organizations that are also involved with these industries, including Black Girl Gamers. Shout out to Jay Ann Lopez. Love her dearly. Big mentor. To getting an idea of different content creators, but also learning about talent agencies and how we are able to work with influencers, but also people within the industry that work as content creators. So I'm still learning, as everybody knows. But even then, I've learned so much. I've learned a lot. And I found my own personal niche as somebody who's involved with anime and gaming. And also lifestyle, but I've met a lot of lifestyle folks in there as well, but they have nothing to do with anime and gaming. But I like the variety because I don't have to stick with one niche. That's where the variety content creator comes in too, because I branch out from different things besides anime and gaming, like sneakers. But I also learn about lifestyle and travel. After all, I do travel for work and also go to a lot of these conventions. Crazy enough. And even to this day, my main line of work is being an executive assistant to an investor, but she's heavily involved with the content creation thing because she has a hand in the gaming industry. Which, fun fact, when I was in college, I went to Temple University, for those who don't know. I was part of the Temple University Esports Club, and I was also the fighting games lead. So I was able to get into and learn more about the fighting games community in not only Philadelphia, which is one of the biggest communities in the world, which I didn't know, but I also was able to have a chance to meet with people from New York and also Atlanta. Shockingly, with Atlanta, y'all like Tekken a lot. I can't say I'm a big fan of Tekken, but it's a fun game.
I personally have only played Tekken like once.
Which
So
one?
it was whichever one came out in the past couple of years.
So probably 7 or 8.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that was literally my first time. Yeah, because it was a couple of years ago.
Right.
They had it on at a place that we went to, and it was literally I was sitting there like, you know what? I've never played Tekken because I'm more of a Dead or Alive and Mortal Kombat person.
I love the aesthetics of Dead or Alive, especially the way how anatomically built these characters are.
Physics. Let's just say
Physics. The physics are crazy. I can't say though I've played a Dead or Alive fighting game. I've definitely played Dead or Alive Extreme 2, but that is nothing like the fighting games.
You're talking about the volleyball game
Yes.
because I have played both of those, and it's actually a pretty fun game to just kind of chill out and play, honestly. I
Yes.
mean, yes, people still like looking at the physics, but the actual game is not bad to play. And there's a lot of strategy to it when it comes to being able to keep your teammate and got to keep them happy and make sure you get the gifts out. And
Mm-hmm.
you got to know each of your partners and each one's like different things. And like there's stuff that goes into it.
My favorite thing about that entire game, I don't know if this was really a glitch or it was just built for everybody or it taught me manners for real, but anytime you chose to sleep in, no matter who was like your friend or partner in that game, they just abandon you immediately the next day.
No, like the whole point is building team chemistry and keeping each other happy. So if you're not getting them gifts and you just do a game and you're just like, okay, I'm going to bed.
Like, I just want to hit the hey, sleeping a little extra. But the moment I sleep in a little extra, they no longer want to be your friend. I'm like, dang, I can't be tired.
No, no. You need to get back out there and you need to buy me stuff. That game teaches you the only way to keep friends is to buy them things. I don't know if that's the greatest message in the world, but you know what? That's where we are, and it is what it is. But yes, buy me things, or I'm moving on to the next person. And now the rest of your 2 weeks, you just can't even play anymore because you don't have a teammate.
I was just so distraught by that game and just, wanted to unlock a lot of the secrets behind it, which I did ultimately. Played it like a few
Oh,
years after when I originally played it. I played it when I was 14.
you needed like a chart to figure out how you were going to unlock all of those swimsuits too, by the way, because not every girl likes every swimsuit, and if you try to get one of them the wrong, they will send that shit back.
They would. I'm like, dang, y'all really don't be taking anything. Y'all are particular. That caused some trauma to me because I'm just like, I can't be giving anybody just anything. They need some use out of it. That is why I'm so particular when it comes to giving gifts to people because I'm like, it's the thought that counts, yes. So be thoughtful. Actually think on what they could use and what they need versus you just saying, I just found this in like my local Family Dollar. You can just keep that. Ah, thank you. And they don't ever use that, John, ever again.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I was saying. It was like, so it was hard to unlock every suit for every woman. Cause in the first extreme volleyball, there was this one very, very, very small string bikini that was like, good luck trying to get that unlocked because good luck trying to get one of the girls to accept it.
I was just I gave up at that point because I'm like I couldn't unlock that, and at that point I think something happened to the game itself. Somebody scratched it. I could never figure out who did it, but it was gone, and I'm like, okay, so I'm never just gonna unlock this genre. It's fine. It's okay. I would never get there
It was
again.
the most like sought after one that obviously, because we let's face it, a lot of people play that game for a reason because they like to look at the physics and they would like to look at that physics with a little less on it. And hey, do you? That's why they made that one almost impossible to get because like you have to
Yeah.
do go through a lot to get a girl to accept it. A lot.
And it was just something I wasn't willing to do at my little 14 to 15 years old age. I was over that game. Just like take this game away, and somebody did unknowingly. I just don't know what happened to that game. It was crashed up. But it is what it is. Maybe I might play it some other time through an emulator, but who knows?
Yeah, I'm a lot older, so I was not a teen when that game came out. I was just a guy that liked to play games. But like I said, the regular DOA fighting games, yes, the physics are there, but they are really good fighting games. Like I used to tell people, you can't touch me in this game. Like that was how dedicated I used to be to like DOA and Mortal Kombat for that matter. Like I don't play a lot of fighting games, but those franchises were the games that I always stayed on fighting wise. And Super Smash in the early days. As time went on, I kind of drifted away from it mainly because I didn't own a Nintendo Switch.
Ooh. See, for me, when it came to my first fighting game, which was actually Street Fighter 4, love that
Oh,
game to this day. Yeah, I love Street Fighter 4. I went to a tournament in um 2015, I believe, at J1Con just to see if I could like best anybody in that game. Lost in the first round. That was like my never again. I'm not doing this. I'm not playing this game ever again. However, a friend of mine recently brought me back into fighting games once I graduated out of college, but I used to play them from time to time. I was on the esports team at Temple for Smash Bros. Great game, great John. I mean, at the time, but that was literally just a party game for me and just a way to get scholarship money. I was just done with that game after I graduated and said, never again, I'm coming back to this. However, my fighting games community love for video fighting games came back when I learned about Evo. Now I never heard of Evo a day in my life. I'm just like, what is Evo? Somebody looked at me with the strangest of eyes, just like, you never heard of Evo? And I'm just like, not you're not, you know what? I'm not gonna pretend I'm smart. Yeah, I've never heard about this at all. So somebody explained what Evo was, and I was just floored by the anticipation, the energy, the atmosphere from what it looked like on stream and more from that otherwise. So to me, it's kind of like on my bucket list to go to Evo at some point, ultimately to compete But as of right now, I just kind of want to be there because the energy just looks so unmatched. Kind of comparable to DreamCon, but more people and like other things there. But that brought back my love for fighting games and gave me an idea of what kind of games I wanted to play. Because at this time, I think Dragon Ball Fighter Z was out. And I love Dragon Ball Fighter Z. That is probably like my one favorite competitive fighting game. It was
Mhm.
that, Street Fighter, which I'm not touching that game competitively. I will play that just with my friends, but to do that at a tournament, I learned my lesson. Not today. But there was one thing, one game that I really want to learn more about, and that's Under Night in Birth. I don't know what it is about anime fighting games, but they look so cool. And I just want to try my hand at that game. I feel like I have a good idea or how that game might play, especially for me. But that's just one game I know for a fact I'm going to focus on and get my hand and technique down to a T. And then maybe even Dragon Ball Fighter Z since I love Dragon Ball. But I don't expect to get too far with that one. I just expect to be a champion at some point. So that's where I was just getting into this manifestation and also prayer thing where I was just like, I feel like I could be an Evo champion at some point. So those are my two games I can feel to this day and say I could possibly be Evo champion for whenever Evo brings back Dragon Ball Fighter Z. But Under Night in Birth, I got a chance. I could do this.
Yeah, I've noticed you mentioned Dragon Ball Fighter Z quite a bit. In fact, I also noticed that you mentioned it in your 10 games to get to know me thing that's been going around right now. Yeah, I noticed you didn't mention anything about Sparking Zero.
Okay, see, look, right? I have a reason, and I hate to say it. This is probably my hot take, but I expected so much from Sparking Zero to the point where it didn't make my top 10 because it compared nothing to the Budokai Tenkaichi series. So when I played that game, I got the deluxe edition. I think it's like the collector slash deluxe edition. I got a whole figurine, everything with it. I was excited to play that game, and I love that game. The game is great for local play. Personally, I would not play that drone online, even if there's like great things about it now. I'm just not having fun with it. It's not as fun as Dragon Ball Fighter Z, and people were convincing me that Fighter Z died once this game came out, and I'm like, I just can't believe that because this is not what you're gonna kill my game for, and give me this. I hate that. I can't believe that. So I just left that disappointment on my PS5 for a while and play it when my friends want to get like some Steam off or whatever, but it was just that. Until recently, where they came out with an update giving us I think it was Goku Super Saiyan 4 from Daima. I not only did I get so surprised to find out that the game did not die, thank you, but to say that the game came back, finally, I could never look at Sparking Zero the same. You will never make my list. You were fun to play with. You're like Smash Bros. You are a party game. I only play you when I need to play you.
Look, Sparking Zero might not be dead, but it's on life support. And it's been on life support since about 2 months after it came out. Like if you go and look at like the figures of like consecutive online players, it dropped hard and fast.
And you
And
know what? I understand that. And me personally, if it were up to me, I'm pulling the plug.
I don't know anybody that plays it anymore. Like honestly, no
So
one.
you so you have no business being on life support. Matter of fact, I'll pull the plug for you. We'll give you a good grave, I think. We'll think about it.
You got to think that people, because of the Budokai Tenkaichi series, people have been waiting for that game for a very long time. So pre-orders were insane. People were buying it just off the sheer hype. And yes, I'm not saying people didn't have fun with it per se, but after about a month or two, we're just kind of like, mm. They
Uh,
started realizing the things that they had wrong with it, the online play that people like. Eh, it was just one of those things.
I just y'all killed my game just to tell me that Sparking Zero was going to be the replacement, and I put so much faith into that. Like, this is the one thing I've learned from my time as an investor, or at least someone who's learning investing from one of the best investors in the world. You got to take a risk, and sometimes those risks won't always be great, but it's really your faith and your money that's on the line when you take these risks. And I took a risk with Sparking Zero by getting the collector's edition, where I paid almost, I think, nearly $200 for it. I think it was almost 200 because I got the well, I didn't get the physical copy. I got the downloadable, but I also got the physical that came with figures, posters, everything. It came with the DLC, so I mean, I paid money, but it only drops down to like a party game. I would never pay so much money for a party game. I need some substance from that game. And they only gave me so much substance to the point where it's just like, you gave me a few surprises, but after that, I'm never playing this game again.
That definitely sounds about right. But we know that you are a big gamer, so there is a lot of things that we will definitely get into a little bit later because there's one particular franchise that I know I definitely want to talk to you about. But that will be something that we can talk about in your past at some point because right now, we actually got to get into the past week, which is the week that was that we do here on the podcast, where we talk about events that have happened within the past week. Now, we all know about that one thing that happened in the past week, let alone this past weekend, but we're going to park that over there for a second because I feel like we might have a lot to say about that particular weekend. But yeah, it was definitely a time. But
It
right
was.
now, I want to get into just some things that have been happening. And one of them is while we were at what we were doing in Atlanta, there was also another con going on, and it was TwitchCon. And not a lot of positive stuff coming from that right now.
This is a moment where I have to be honest enough for me to say, if I knew about TwitchCon earlier, I probably would have went to that versus Atlanime Fest. Now, the reason I say that isn't because it's just like, I didn't want to go to Atlanime Fest, or, I wasn't feeling it or whatnot and what have you. No. It was quite the contrary. TwitchCon had a few things that they were revealing, as most cons do, later on when we're getting closer to the event, that really stuck out to me and made me think, damn, I really should go there, because they had a lot of great things there. Like, and in DreamCon fashion, they like to reveal later that, oh, hey, we're going to be at this event, so you should probably stop by and go check us out. Not that DreamCon even matters to me to be at the event, honestly. It's just what they did there that really pissed me off, because this was the first time I'm hearing about them doing a fighting games meetup, to which was very successful. A lot of the events that they had at TwitchCon was very successful, and that one just struck a nerve with me because I'm like, y'all ain't do this at DreamCon. Y'all ain't even do this in the last DreamCon. So, all right, y'all just hate me and want me dead. That's cool, I guess. But there was a lot of problems at TwitchCon that I heard a lot more about than people having a good experience. Not to say that there wasn't any good experiences that were happening at TwitchCon. I've seen a good few of
Right.
them.
But when there are things that do go bad,
They're
they're
amplified higher than
they're
more.
going to get amplified, especially when there's safety concerns.
Yeah.
He said the
That,
sniffler.
that's the say. That's what they saying on Twitter. The sniffler, the
This,
big abominable sniffler, walked up on stage, walked up on a young lady, and she said, "Young lady warned," but he went straight up there, grabbed her by the shoulders, no consent at all, and just
this
For
sniffing.
any for anybody that may not know fully what we're talking about, there is a big time Twitch streamer called Imaru. She's an IRL streamer. She does a lot of these things. She had a meet and greet at this place to a spot where it was completely blocked off, so people had to get in line. There's a gate, so people should not have been able to get towards her. She's just up there meeting people, taking pictures, minding her own business, and people have this on video, which is how this got spreaded. And then just all of a sudden, some guy just manages to be able to just walk through everything. Don't know where the hell security was. Walk straight up to her, grab her, and just went straight for the makeout in in a full seamless motion. There was no hesitation or anything. He walked up to her like he just met his girlfriend getting off of a plane or something. Like he just walked up and just grabbed and just went straight in. While she was meeting with an actual fan. And as soon as he grabbed and went in, she backed up, and her personal security, because it's sad when you need personal security at this point, ran up and pushed the guy and got him out the way. You know, we're still asking where's the con security at this point, but her personal security intervened. And then they released a statement saying that they were sorry about what happened. They escorted the guy out immediately once that happened, and he's been banned from not just coming back to TwitchCon, but he's been banned from Twitch and all of this stuff. And then people who were there started calling bullshit because they said they saw that man continue to walk around after that incident for a while after he was finally removed.
Mm.
So people are going, well, so if that's the security that you guys are saying or lack thereof, that kind of makes that not a safe place to go. So now, obviously, the owner of TwitchCon has come out and talking about, oh, we're going to beef up our security and make sure something like this doesn't happen again. It never should have happened the first time.
And that's just one thing that like bothers me to a point because with how expensive TwitchCon is, because I go to expensive cons, that's like that would be like one of my second. What do you mean one of mine? It would be like the second con I go to that's that expensive, aside from like DreamCon and Anime NYC and PAX East, because PAX East naturally is just $200 something. That would be like the one thing that would concern me to a point because I'm paying all this money for my safety to still be on the line like this, where your security is subpar, and even one of your biggest earners on Twitch has to hire their own security because now at this point, you guys can't be trusted with my safety. Not that I did it in the first place, because now I got my own personal security guard, but even then, it's just like, what am I paying all this money for? Because I'm not paying it just for everything that's there. There has to be like other things and an incentive and like an idea of me being safe aside from what I have here. And I feel bad for Imaru so much too, because she was shaking up. I seen her after stream where she was like, I'm not coming back, and how Twitch ultimately blamed her for the incident as well.
Like, yeah, she was actually urging people, she was urging other creators, don't come back to this con because they do not care. And it wasn't just on top of that. You also got to think about Imaru. She, remember the incident that happened to her earlier this year? That was just earlier this year. Same year, 2025, when her and her friends doing the IRL stream out on the street and having that incident with that guy.
Oh my god.
Who not only tried to hit on them, but then tried to attack them when they were uninterested. So she's been having a pretty, which is why my heart goes out to her. She's been having a pretty traumatizing year. That goes to show you that it's hard to be safe out there. And you know, with IRL streams being a big thing now, where people literally have their phone and they just be out on the town live streaming, and to the point where, yeah, you're gonna have to have security for that too.
Yeah, you'll be sniping. People definitely be sniping watching.
So it's like that's two, and that's just the two we know about. That's two big incidents she's had this year with creepy people that are just doing things. And then there was also the other guy that was at TwitchCon. What was his name? Like, they say he's not even a big Twitch streamer. He's more of a kick streamer. What was his name? Like Neon or whatever it is. I don't know. It's like,
Sure.
yeah. Where he walked up to this girl and he has it recording because they say he's a big troll anyway. So they say a lot of people don't like him and they don't know how he was even invited there in the first place. So what they were saying was, and it's all a video, he walked up to a girl and he was like talking to, you know, she was like, oh, hey, how's it going? He talked for a second. Then he was like, you know, we got this after thing going on, this party going on after. Would you like to slide through? And she was like, why would you want me to slide through to that? Like, you literally just met me. And he said, because you're pretty.
Okay. All right.
So she immediately answered, sorry, I don't like to be objectified, and walked off. And her and her friend walked off. And he's literally sitting there with his person going, what I do? What I say? And then he took a shot at her friend, who was a larger sized person. He goes, it's always the fat friend. He says all of this on his own stuff.
honestly, that's nothing new for him. I'm not even gonna hold you. I'll be the
Yeah,
New Yorker
he
to
has
say
he has a
he's
reputation.
been a troll, always been a troll, gonna be a troll. Yeah, I don't like his content. I don't. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up now. Y'all go ahead and talk about it.
No, you're good. Like this, the podcast is real, bro. If you gotta say your piece, but yeah. So that's what I said. People were like, they don't understand how he was even invited to TwitchCon in the first place. Not only was he invited there, he was featured on their page as like
Mm.
this is a featured person who's here. So between that and the Emerald thing, yeah, there are people that just don't feel safe going to TwitchCon anymore. To the point where they've released like 3 statements. That's not good. I'm not saying people didn't have fun at TwitchCon. I know friends who went and had a great time, but that's the kind of reputation you don't want to have.
And it's funny because even though they were also at TwitchCon, it's very reminiscent to some of the stories that I not only seen in person and also had to experience, but I heard also about DreamCon. It's not necessarily the streaming aspect itself that's the problem. It's more so the in real streaming thing that's going on, because with bigger streamers like Kaisana, who is well known for that, and others who are getting big off of that, that's giving people more of an outlet to call themselves not only a streamer but also a content creator in general. Which I'm never going to knock someone down for their journey as a content creator slash a streamer. It sucks and it's hard to build yourself up from the get go and try to go from there. But the problem is with most of these content creators and also streamers is where I say, this is like a line I actually live by as a content creator, but also just someone in general. Imitation is not the sincerest form of flattery. It's more so the laziest form of creation, simply because of the fact that while you can always be influenced by people who are doing exactly what you like in your line of work and seeing how they do it, and even maybe even taking some things off of that. That's one thing. To explicitly try to copy them and then also utilize that as a way to create the same art that you're trying to go for, that's where I have a bit of issue, because now you're not even being original. You're just trying to be a copycat and doing it incorrectly at that. With these in real streamers, everybody thinks they want to be as bold or as cocky and sometimes even as audacious as Kai Cenat. That's not to say he's all of those things. In fact, I've talked to him before. He's actually quite a great, sometimes a great guy. But now with these influx of in real streamers, y'all got entitlement, but also people who just be bold enough to go out of their way to make people's lives a living hell. And you saw a lot of that at DreamCon and at TwitchCon, with people just doing the absolute most with no common sense, decency, or even any form of respect or discernment in their brain. And even it shows cases in their actions, and now we have it on tape, on live, for us to see it, for us to just say, all right, so this is actually a problem, because now you don't even have a problem with showcasing us. You show it to a broader audience and they think it's cool or whatever, or it's even fine for you to be like this. Now people who are getting into this content creation and streaming thing think it's okay to act like this, when in reality I'm probably thinking about blacklisting you and making sure that any con that you go to knows who you are and make sure they don't allow you to come back here. We see it a lot in these other content creators across multiple communities, including the anime and gaming industry. But Twitch just gives y'all an outlet for y'all to act the way that y'all want to act, because nobody's going to press you about it. Me personally, I will though.
Unfortunately, that's just what it is now, especially with the IRLs now. Like, I'm a big wrestling fan, and Eric Bischoff once created a book called Controversy Creates Cash. And unfortunately, that's true. A lot of these people know that doing things that they know a big portion of the world are going to hate them for is also going to attract another big portion of the world that's going to keep clicking, whether because they like it because they're sick, or people love to hate watch these days. So
Mm.
there's a lot of people who watch people and I've never understood that. It's like, if you don't like this person, why do you watch them?
Engagement is a fun thing when it's a heavy drug to take. It's so easy to just be engaged. It should, yeah. What am I trying to say? It's so easy to engage with the things that you hate, to the point where you're not only giving them the attention that they want, because they don't even order it nowadays. You just have to say something crazy for you to just say, I'm gonna pay attention to it. To the point where once you engage with it, they're getting paid for it. We got places like Twitter who, once you get a blue check mark and are deemed eligible to monetize your tweets, Everybody is saying anything and anything. These are non-issues that you're seeing in tweet form, and people are responding to it because now everybody needs to have their opinions shown, not realizing that their opinion actually doesn't hold any weight in real life. They don't do anything in their own communities where they're actually going to be heard by other people. Nobody cares about what they say, so they come to the internet. And now I gotta pay attention to what you say. And now it's on my timeline, and I have to pretend like I don't want to say anything because sometimes I do, but now I have to like ignore and scroll. It's
Yeah.
great to ignore and scroll, but it can only happen to a point where I have to continuously choose not interested because I'm clearly not interested. You're not going to say this to me in real life, and you're not going to bring up these non-issues in real life. You will never bring that up because nobody wants to hear that.
And well, in some cases, some of the streamers actually will. Which, by the way, Raven the Goddess said too much clout chasing, nothing genuine, everything performative and over the top.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. They know what's the most controversial thing. Because, like I said, I'll never understand hate watching. Like, there's been people that has been on TV that you'll never hear anyone say a nice thing about, yet they got the highest rated thing on television because I literally know people that will go, I can't stand that. You know what? That show's on right now. Let me turn it on just to see what kind of BS they gonna say this week.
You ain't
And
got
it's
to
like
look at it. It's
you're
okay.
hate watching. And you're actually fueling and you're putting the money in their pocket. It's like people don't understand what hate watching is really doing. You're making the people you don't like rich. And with these IRL streamers, the thing is, yes, they're technically not being mean to your face a lot of times, but they're still streaming to a bunch of people being disrespectful. Like, what was it, DreamCon last year? Where that one person was there disrespecting people's cosplays and stuff?
Oh, yeah, I'm not a fan of his streams, nor have I ever been. It's just like, I, I know this is being recorded, but I have to admit, I have my snobby moments as well too. I do act like I am a bit better than people, which to a degree I am, but I would not consider the opinions of somebody who, first of all, have no business talking to me. Like, if you even look a certain way, I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not going to talk to you. Number one, your spirit's ugly just like you. And two, I'm not about to hear your words if you're about to start putting people down. I will put you down before you put another person down just because you don't like certain things about them and you want to be ugly about it. There's ways to go about showcasing a distasteful or a dislike for certain things. But the moment you start going about it in a way where you just have to put them down and just showcase your hatred or just an ugly spirit, now we got problems. And now I got to say something to you. I defend the people who can't hear the nonsense you got to say, and I don't think they even want to hear the nonsense you want to say.
Yeah, and that's why I'm usually a lot of times like, I'm a community person. You've been around me. Like,
I
I will
have.
take pictures with everyone. I will do if people need me for content, like what do you need me to do? All that stuff. But sometimes I get very weary about that because again, that person might come up doing their IRLs and they might bring you in and they're like, oh hey, you look great and all this and da. And then they walk away like, did you see that ridiculous stuff they had? Like, you just don't know when they're doing that.
And people make it obvious when they don't have genuine intentions with what they want to do with certain people. Like it's very obvious with people who find certain people attractive when you know the way they're complimenting certain people isn't genuine. They just only do it simply because of the fact that, yeah, it's right there. You can always compliment somebody on their cosplay and how they look. You can always be genuine about how attractive someone is. I know your intentions based on your wording. And when I know your wording is going towards a certain thing, that's when I start to question, why did you actually come up to this person? Why are you saying these particular things? And once you ask me, can I be in your video? Why? What do you do? Hold on, let me see your content real quick before we start. And if I don't like your content, yeah, you're definitely not going to catch me on your video.
Like, what is your reputation? Which a lot of times in the moment, then they'll get offended if you're like, oh, I need to pull you up real quick. It's like, oh, what? Oh, you're snobby. And now all of a sudden they try to turn around on you like you're the bad person. And then it just turns into that whole thing. But because, like I said, if I ever find out that I'm being nice to somebody and then someone has to send me a video later that's like, oh, that person was disrespecting you on their stream,
Oh,
like,
absolutely not.
it's up when I see them again.
Facts. Learned that lesson the hard way.
And I learned that a lot with DreamCon and their creator program because there were some great creators that they took into this program this year, and I'm glad they started this creator program to showcase some smaller ones and even the bigger ones that I've never heard a day in my life. To this
Right.
day, certain people I'm just never going to hear about.
I mean, you can
But
have 2 million followers and now you could still end up not knowing who that person is. Like, people still don't get in everybody's algorithms.
it was impressive with the entitlement that these people were willing to show. Like, I'm all for audacity. I have a lot of bit too showcase. But when these people were just acting a certain way and showcasing me on their streams, I'm gonna act a certain way on your stream. Number one, if you're not following certain directions and you have shown on stream to your followers that you can't follow certain directions and getting mad at me for doing my job, yeah, I'm gonna embarrass you and I'm gonna make sure nobody follows you. I did that to maybe 3 people at DreamCon on purpose because I'm like, number one, you're not about to disrespect me to a group of people. I don't care who watches you, and I really don't care about who you are. You are nobody to me still. Please get out of my face with that. And people there, just like Raven said, too much clout chasing, and you can see it from how they do their content and how they act. It was impressive. I will say it was very impressive with how much people were willing to showcase how much of a clout chaser and how they are not genuine. The ingenuineness is impressive.
It is. And some people, you could walk up to them and you can kind of tell where the energy is too. Like, I had ran into somebody, me and my nephew, we ran into someone and just random by chance, just met them, just happened to talk, good conversation, all that stuff. Mutual interest, like friendships would usually start. And then it's like, oh, hey, you got a social media? It's like, oh yeah, we're content creators, all that stuff. It's like the normal conversation. Then you just start, hey, we should follow each other, keep in touch and all that. And this person was literally like, oh yeah, we can do that, we can do that. And then as we're doing that and we're talking, he finally goes, oh yeah, we could definitely do it. Because now all of a sudden it was like, oh, here's this casual person that's saying they want to follow me. And it's like, oh wait, they got this. Then you just see the shift.
Just see
And
the
I've
shift in
experienced
4K.
that. Like someone that was going from like just a genuine, oh hey, hey, it was nice to talk to you. We can follow each other, maybe talk to each other again. And then they pull you up and then they saw what your following looks like, and then you just see it. And unfortunately, I've experienced that now. And it's like, now all of a sudden, now they trying to pick that conversation up a little bit. It's like, yeah, I see where this is going.
It's like, oh, you know this person. Well, yes. Yes, I do.
I've gotten that a few times. I know my nephew gets it a lot. I know he's not here, but he'll get, oh, you're that person that's always in these videos with these people all the time. Well, I see you hanging around these people all the time. It's like that right there already makes me want to end this conversation.
Like it's they see you as your way in. Like I get close to you, then I can get close to this person. All right. All right.
Exactly. And I've always said I refuse to be the person that somebody wants to get close to try to get to somebody else. I have been that person that people have tried to do that with, which is, it's not fun. Because you just never know. Sometimes they're being obvious, and then you can just kind of have a little fun with them. Like at one time, I was at an after party and I was in the VIP section, and these girls were being like really nice to me. But I know why they were being really nice to me, because they saw the people that was sitting in the same section I was sitting at, and I was like, yeah, I know what this is. I'm gonna humor them a little bit.
I love that each and every time I go to conventions because this is where I do agree with people when it comes to my networking. That I have a pretty diverse network. There's a lot of people from different communities and also different professions and niches that I know. For it, whether it be from outside of those same niches or I do know them from collaborating with them, irrelevant. I just know these people because we know each other.
Right. What's good, lazy? But go ahead.
What's up with you, lazy? But yes, it's a very common thing with me, especially with me when they see that, oh, you know this certain cosplayer? Yeah, that's my best friend. They're great. Oh, dang, man. Now the conversation all of a sudden picks up. What do you do? I mean, I've never heard of you. Of course, you never heard of me. I don't really showcase myself in public like that for real, but okay. Oh, you know this person? Yeah, I work for them. Wow. Wait, really? What do you do for work? Everybody all of a sudden wants to know what Mastermind Aggie is all about and what does she do? How do you know this person? How close are you to this person? Oh, bet. Can I hang out with you? I want to learn more about you. No, you don't actually. And matter of fact, I'm closed off. I actually don't let people know about me. So the moment you even showcase that you have some interest, no, you don't.
It's like,
I'm a person.
it's like here's a better idea. That person that I know you really want to get to, they're right over there. Go talk to them. Networking is fine, but go straight to the source. Don't use me as some middle person, some source that's gonna try to get you in the door.
I
The more
promise you,
you
I'm not
grow,
gonna
the
get you in
more
the
you
door.
have
I'm
to
gonna
be
block the
very
door.
selective about who you get involved with. When I see a successful creative I admire, I try to be respectful, give them space, keep interactions quick, to be honest.
I do my best to make sure all of my interactions are quick with everybody, whether you know I know someone or whether you want to know more about me. A bit irrelevant because I'm like, I don't care to talk too much about myself, especially as a person who is involved with a lot of things, even inside and outside of anime and gaming. So when it comes to you actually wanting to know me, I tell you all the boring stuff on purpose. Why? Because number one, I don't know what your intentions are. You can really tell a lot about somebody's intentions based off the first few conversations you have with them, and whether or not they are good or, you know, some type of other conversations, you can tell what they're after. And once they bring up certain things, especially if we have never talked about it in the actual conversation at hand, I know where you're after.
Yes, by the way, your Phoenix was good, gang. Nice to see you here this week. Appreciate it. But yeah, I've literally had this exact conversation where somebody that I knew was not a big fan of me, but they loved my nephew. And walked up to me, which I used to get that a lot, especially in the beginning, where people only talk to me because they wanted to know where he was.
Mm,
And he knows this. It actually irritates him. It don't irritate me as much because like it is what it is, but it irritates the crap out of him.
mhm, mhm,
And because now he's very guarded when it comes to me. He does not like people disrespecting me in any kind of way, and he will show his you know what if he feels like somebody is. But I'll give this person credit, at least this individual was honest. They came up and started talking like, "Hey, what's going on?" And stuff. I just cut that. I was like, "You just want to know where my nephew is."
like at least you honest. You just ask for what you're after.
And they were
Don't waste
like,
my
and they
time.
were like, "Well, yeah."
Ooh.
Like, yeah. I was like, "Okay." I gotta respect it at that point.
Like at that point, you can't really say, "Oh, okay, well, all right." You can't even be disappointed. They're honest.
And that's why I kind of get worried too, because there have been times where, and after this we'll go ahead and we can move on to the next thing. There's been a time where I have met creators, whether I've come across their content online and I like their content, so I follow them. And
Mm,
maybe they start following me back, we become mutuals and we're good. I've run into them at cons, it's been great. They've even like considered me friends, whatever. All that's great. But then you end up finding out, oh, they're actually really good friends with someone that's like really, really big. And now
mm,
I get to the point where I struggle with the whole, this person's my friend. I didn't even know they were friends with that person. But now if when I talk to this person, I'm gonna be wondering if they're thinking on the inside, do I
mm.
know they're friends with this person? And I have had that with the creator where I'm thinking, I'm like, I hope they don't think that I'm talking to them because I did not even know who they were friends with. So it can be, you got to be very careful out there sometimes. Like guard is always up, sometimes a little too much.
I know no bounds when it comes to my guard being up because unfortunately for me and my network, I know y'all, I know a lot of others that we know, and I know people within my own profession and also outside of my profession. I will really never know what people are after until I get to know them personally. I'm even like this with my friends. My friends, they will tell you to their face, we're not as famous as you, Aggie. We don't know all these people, but you know a lot of these people for real, for real. And honestly, it's just they're just good friends of yours. We just know them based off of you. I'm like, I'm just as protective with y'all as much as I am with them because when it comes to knowing y'all, I don't let anybody just know all my friends from Philly. It's just like, no, the reason for that, not only am I just closed off, but I'm just like, not everybody can come in your inner circle, so long as also people not knowing all of your personal and individual life. Like outside of the content creation thing, I am simply just Aggie from Philly. And even with Aggie from Philly, or my actual name that people would know if you follow me on Instagram, I'm just that person from Philly. And I just have my little life with them, just as much as I have my little life with y'all that I share with. And I always like to showcase. I like to show off my friends when I have a moment to. But I don't do it enough to the point where it's just like everybody knows about these people because they hang out with me. These are my friends just as much as like this creator because of X, Y, and Z and what they do. And I've seen people come to me to get closer to other creators, whether it be for collaborative pursuits or even romantic ones, irrelevant. The intentions are very clear because they wear
Heavy
in
on
their
the romantic one.
the romantic one is the most insane one. This happened recently with another creator, which I hate to do that to them, but it's just like, why did you come here? You're not about to slide in my DMs asking about this person when they already made it explicitly clear that they don't want you. We not here. I'm not here for that, and I am not your Cupid. Please go away.
Please go away. Like some people are just ridiculous, but I will say that we'll go ahead and bring a little lighter tone because I will say back to the gaming real quick. You did say that there was one of the games that you kind of started with, which is a franchise that happens to be near and dear to my heart. Well, another thing that happened in the past week is they have finally released like the sales count for video games in the month of September.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody knows there was a new game that came out in the month of September that I have been very, very near and dear to because I'm a huge Sonic the Hedgehog fan, and Sonic Racing Cross Worlds has consumed my life absolutely and completely. So I always want to know if a game that I love is doing very well. So I have the figures in front of me on the overall sales count for games in the month of September. Number one, which doesn't surprise me, was
Mm-hmm.
Borderlands 4.
Dang it. Never mind.
Yeah, number two was NBA 2K26.
You know what? Never mind. Never mind, guys.
Exactly. Number three, EA Sports FC 26. Number four was Ghost of Your Tale. Number
Okay.
five, Madden 26. There's going to be a lot of sports titles, guys. It just
Good
always is.
lord.
Number six, Helldivers 2. Number seven, Silent Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Number eight, Sonic Racing Cross World.
I'll take it.
It made top 10 of all the highest selling games. And like I said, it was never going to outperform those sports games. And Borderlands is a freaking juggernaut. Like, it just is.
We could have tried, the Sonic community is dedicated, but hey, we made top 10, so you know what?
Borderlands, I'm sorry. No, that was never going to happen. Now, here's an interesting one here
Okay.
because I can break these down further for you guys. Here's the top 10 highest selling games on Nintendo Switch/Switch 2.
Okay.
Number one, the Super Mario Galaxy 1-2 pack combo pack that they came out with.
Never mind.
Number two, Final Fantasy Tactics. Number three, Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm glad that it's actually still doing pretty
That
well out
makes more
there.
sense. That's fair.
That makes sense. The monkey throwing bananas. Yep.
Number four, Sonic Racing Cross World.
I'll take it. Fine.
Oh,
I'll take it.
a
That's fine.
win is a win. A win
I'm
is
like,
a
I'll
win.
take it. That's fair. Top 5. I'll take it.
A win,
I,
a win
I
is a
also
win.
I also want to just throw in the real fact real quick that in the top 10 in September on Nintendo Switch/Switch 2, Mario Kart World's not on the list. Anyway,
Good.
I mean,
Good.
oh no! Wow, that's crazy, guys.
I ain't saying
can't
no, that's
believe
good.
that Mario, after not listening to their fans for so long, is oh my gosh.
let's keep going real quick. The PC September sales.
Okay.
Number one, Borderlands 4. That just goes to show you where most of the Borderlands players are.
Fair.
Number two, Digimon Story.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go, Digimon. I'm sorry, yeah. Nah, F that. Yeah, let's go, Digimon.
Number three, Sonic Racing Cross World.
There we go. There we go.
I love how much love it's getting.
That's the real one.
Let's see what else we got here. Okay, here we go. PlayStation.
Okay.
PS5 heads are doing.
Go see
This is no surprise. Number one, NBA 2K26.
Never mind, guys.
Yeah. Makes sense. It makes sense.
Number two, Ghost of Your Tale.
Yeah.
Makes more sense because real world. Go ahead.
Yeah. Number three, Borderlands 4.
Dang.
Because again, Borderlands is gonna be there. I'll skip
I
through
didn't
4
see
and
that one.
5. 4 and 5. Number 4, EA Sports FC. Number 5, Madden.
Okay. Anyways,
Yeah.
Makes sense.
6, Silent Hill. 7, Metal Gear Solid Delta. This is a PlayStation, so of course
Okay,
Metal
that's
Gear
Yeah,
is gonna
that
come in at some point.
Metal Gear always top 5, top 10.
it is. It's usually.
Number 8, EA Sports College Football.
All right, man.
Number 9, Sonic Racing Cross World.
It made top 10. All right, that's what matters.
Top 10 is fine, but it's just like
it could have been higher, but
it should have been higher. But we always let the gotcha games get higher than us.
it's
I know,
sports.
right?
Like people automatically since PlayStation.
Yep. And finally, Xbox. Number one, Borderlands 4.
Okay.
Number
Uh,
number two, again, NBA 2K26.
Okay.
meh,
Number three, EA Sports FC.
Okay.
Number four,
meh,
Helldivers 2.
Okay.
Number
meh,
five, Madden 26.
I'm sorry.
meh.
Madden. Yeah. Number six, NHL 26.
Y'all be playing hockey?
On Xbox, apparently, because they finally cracked the top 10 on
I'm
system.
weak. I'm
I'm
weak.
I'm just okay.
You
All
know,
right.
Xbox $100, so I can't even say nothing.
Yeah, I can't either. I was just like, y'all be playing Xbox for real? I thought it was a joke.
Word.
I'm an Xbox owner, so we'll just
Never
we'll
mind.
just
My
keep
fault
that
again.
there. Yeah,
We'll
exactly.
just we'll wave over that one.
Yeah, I was an Xbox head. Number seven, EA Sports College Football.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Number eight,
Okay.
Sonic Racing Cross World.
I'll take top 10, but you know what?
Uh, word. We'll take it. We'll
So
take it.
it, like I said, so it's top 10 on every category. It was number eight overall on between all the systems. Number
Which is
three
right.
on PC.
Sonic is eating tea.
I'm just, I'm happy for how far the Bluebird can get. So, good for you.
The fact that number 17 highest selling game last month is still Grand Theft Auto 5.
All right. Yeah. They maintained that for years upon years. And it's probably going to be there for a while.
Grand Theft
So,
Auto 5 has been a top 20 selling game every month for a decade.
Yeah, that
yeah.
you
I can't even be
know,
mad about that.
people,
It's probably
people be peopling.
it's already been inching closer. It's got a shot to become the highest selling game of all time.
Yeah. Until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out next year.
Oh, it's gonna break the internet. Every
Allegedly.
server's getting cracked. Every server's getting cracked.
It will, because
I need
I
that.
remember
I
when
need that.
I remember when GTA 5 came out, and that was insane. That got crashed so much. The online feature wasn't even ready when GTA 5 first came out. Like that didn't come to what, like a month later?
Yeah.
Oh, my back. Am I back?
To the Yeah, you are. It came like a
Uh-oh.
month later, and they had to apologize so
Am I
much
back?
about not being able to. Yes, you're back, Siri. You're back.
Oh shoot, Aggie, you can hear me?
Yes.
We all
Oh
can
wait,
hear
where's
you.
Joe?
Oh,
I'm
no.
here.
Oh, no.
Oh gosh.
We don't know
Oh,
what you can see, but I can
I
tell
think
you this:
he
the
might be perishing.
podcast can see you,
The podcast is real. We can hear you.
yup, it's still real.
and we can see you.
Oh, I'm back, y'all.
Who's back?
I wasn't panicking at all.
Not at all. I don't know what you were scared for, but if you were, fear not. You're here.
Word. Y'all
But
didn't hear
no, but
anything.
Sonic is always near and dear to me, so I'm always gonna be happy when I see it doing well. Again,
Oh.
I'm gonna get a little deeper into Sonic a little bit later, but that will be then because we're still talking about this past week, and we had to save the best for last because we were all in a particular city down south this
Yup.
past weekend.
Yeah, Jasirii back in New York.
So you are our guest, Aggie. So I'm gonna let you go first. Tell me about your experience at
Ooh.
Atlanime Fest.
Gosh, this was probably the craziest rush I've had since oh wow. This would make like top 5 rushes I've had in a trip because from Friday up until Monday, there was always something new and something I had to like ride past in terms of like having the energy for it and making sure it was successful to it. So for most people who didn't know, I still had work on Friday, the day I was supposed to come into Atlanta, because my boss, originally I was going to leave in the morning ish, like a Friday, and then have like the whole day to myself just to explore Atlanta. Well, my boss at the last minute on Tuesday asks, I know you're supposed to leave to go to Atlanta for Atlanime Fest, which we talked about a few times. She's just like, just give me your feedback from the event itself and tell me how it is because I'm intrigued by it.
Right.
No wonder, no problem, all of that. And she said, I know you're supposed to leave on Friday morning, but I do need you for something important. So, is it possible? Can you change your flight to something later to be able to accommodate these conditions? Whatever the case had to be, she told me the things I needed to do. I had a meeting and then a photo shoot those in the first few hours of the day. So I had to make my flight from the early afternoon to later at night for me to be able to do everything. So I had work, do a meeting with a business that she was considering on investing, which she's not going to do. The business just didn't give a strong case as to why we need to give them money. And then I had a photo shoot with another smaller brand that we did give money to a long time ago, and then just work with them, which was a great shoot overall too. That was fun. And then I made my way to the airport, which, oh my gosh, the ride to the airport and getting through TSA was probably the funniest thing ever. Because when I got to Philadelphia International Airport, I have TSA pre-check, so I usually don't have to wait too long to get through security or whatever. The moment I got to TSA pre-check, there was no line. I'm looking at it thinking it's a whole joke, thinking, the government shutdown has played its part and really has taken out everybody there. But there was no line at TSA pre-check. And the TSA officer, I have gotten it to the point where I've traveled so often out of Philadelphia that the TSA officers know who I am. And
That's
my favorite TSA officer was there. And she's like, "Why are you looking around?" I'm like, "First of all, hi. Second, um, where everybody at?" She said, "Well, with the government shutdown, there's not much to do, and you came at the best hour of the day where literally nobody is here. You want to get through TSA now to get to your flight?" So I had enough time where I could get to my flight on time, but also stick around with TSA and just talk with them, which never has happened before. It took me like maybe 20 seconds just to get through TSA. And then I just talked to them for a little bit and made it to my gate and then flew off to Atlanta. Great. Best time ever at TSA, 10 out of 10. Need that again. I don't know if I'll get that again next week before I go to DreamHack, but we can only pray, right?
mm-hmm.
So get into Atlanta around 9 o'clock ish, get to my friend's apartment who I was staying with for that weekend. I tell them I still have an after party to go to because I was a guest at Land Party's after party, which was a great party, by the way. Shout out to Greg and happy birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that was a rush in itself because I don't know what possessed me to say I had the energy to get to Land Party and just have a party after boarding a flight, but we made it work. It worked. It was fun. After the party, probably scared the hell out of me though because there was a party next door. It was in the same exact location as it was last year for MomoCon, so I remember the area well enough. But to see that other party happening next door and then see all those people
Yep.
out there, my claustrophobia was going off. I said I need to get the heck up out of here. So I did. My Lyft driver was probably even scared at that too, talking about, "Oh, was there a party happening here? There was two parties happening here. Yeah, I need to get the hell up out of here too." I'm like, see, everybody's right. So get back home, got my sleep, and get ready for Atlanime Fest. It's Atlanime Fest day. My outfit, amazing. Love that blue jersey. Got to showcase 2 lucky merch off and have people even asking about that. How do I get this jersey? Where did you get this jersey? Even the ambassadors that I've seen at Atlanime Fest, they're just like, "How did you get this?" We're creators. We're going to get what we need, especially to show off the drip that we have. I think my favorite part of Atlanime Fest overall, or at least 3 of my favorite parts there, besides the music sets, which shout out to Keats. One thing about me, I love your EP enough for me to say Narita is always going to be my favorite song. That's why you saw all my posts about Atlanime Fest just using that same song over and over again. Love that song. The vendors. One vendor stuck out the most to me, and that was the lemonade mixology guy.
Oh my goodness.
You can tell that man loves his job and how much he loves making those juices for everybody. The moment I told this man, "I don't know how I managed to get it in here, but I have 2 shots of Hennessy with me. What can we do to these lemonades?" He's like, "2 shots of Hennessy, the regular one? Nah, Hennessy white." This man is like, "I've never had Hennessy white, but I know that joint tastes good." So he's making my drink. We make a new drink that day. The lemonade I got was the kamikaze, but we call it the mastermind kamikaze because it has 2 shots of specialty liquor in it. So got my drink and probably the best drink I've had to the point that turned me up and made me lit the entire day. You will never see me that lit ever again, no, unless I have that man make my drink. So if DreamCon is watching this, anybody from any convention that I go to next year is watching this, please make sure that man is vending. I need to have my drink made specialty at all my cons. That is my con drink. That is the Aggie con drink. And the third thing most definitely, it's kind of like a two-way tie because even after Atlanime Fest, we had the Trap Sushi party. That was a fun party. It was great. But it's what happened after Atlanime Fest and Trap Sushi that was my favorite part. I went to the aquarium for the first time in forever. And by
Saw
forever, I
that.
mean Yeah, and the first time in forever, I mean in forever in general. I just never went to that aquarium, and I told myself if I ever go back to Atlanta where I have time to explore the city, that's something I'm going to do. And luckily for me, the person I was staying with, shout out to Vin, we love you dearly, Vin. They had a roommate who got free passes, membership passes at that, to go to the aquarium and bypass the line and also be able to do a lot of other things. So to go to the aquarium after that weekend was such a fun thing to do. I loved every single moment of it. I almost got robbed by one of the actors at the aquarium though, because there's something about this fixation where everybody likes the chain that I wear. They're like, this is the big baller chain. That's why I know it as.
Here we go.
Um, this was probably like
Big baller.
my fourth interaction of people trying to take this one chain away from me. I had the silver voice actor, like Silver the Hedgehog, Pete Capello, try to steal this chain from me. Who was the celebrity? It was one celebrity recently that tried to take this chain away from me, and I was like, "What's wrong with you? I don't want my chain." And then we had an actor at the aquarium. She was trying to trade one of her skeletons. Apparently, the skeleton was Ariel from Little Mermaid for the chain. She wanted some treasure. You know, I'm like, well, I mean, I got a chain, so you could try to get this treasure. She was like, wow, this is a very beautiful chain, and then try to escape with it. So, you know, the more people try to rob me, the more I know this chain just has so much value for how shiny it is. We can only do so much. But overall, 10 out of 10, great weekend. Love my little time at Atlanime Fest and even after it.
So basically, what she's saying is, it's like, look, if so many people want this chain, that's just all the more reason for me to keep this chain because if it's that sought after, why am I going to come up off of it like that?
You know, I'm just like, people really like shiny things, and I love shiny things as well. However, y'all gotta stop taking my chain, bro. I'm trying to fight for my life here. Here you guys are just to. Can I have that? Can I have that? Oh my gosh, you're so rich. Where you get this chain from? Okay, yeah, I'm not even about to go into the price specifics about this. Here you go. I'm done fighting for my life. Y'all just can't take the chain.
For me
Not done fighting
personally,
for my life.
yes, fighting for her life because that's just the life she lives, man. Like people love her drip. I told you, drip queen, like sneaker god,
Mm-hmm.
just all of these things.
It's
Oh
just,
yeah, I peeped 1,000 sneakers. The 12 dozen sneakers in the crib. Yeah, I peeped.
12 dozen. It's only about two and a half.
She says 2.5,
Oh, brother,
but
I
she
can't even
needs
give a
five
number.
dozen.
So, anyways, when I get to 5 dozen, I'll come back to this and be like, you were right. Like, I see the Sonic sneakers in the background, Drew. I'll be after that soon.
Uh, yeah, those are on camera, aren't they? No, no, they gotta remain here. For me personally, Atlanime Fest. First of all, again, yeah, happy birthday, Greg! Shout out Land Party. You know, like I said, the fact that there were two different parties, like literally right there, is insane. There's just a lot going on in one spot. You know, we like to throw the word movie around a lot of times with these events, but Atlanime Fest was like a movie.
Quite
For
literally.
for me personally, yes, the entertainment's always going to be the entertainment. You got to make sure you have great entertainment that's going to keep the people coming. But for me, anywhere I go, it's always only going to be as good as the people I'm there with.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to just see all of my friends again, and anytime they're there, because there were people there that I know that I only really get a chance to see maybe once a year.
Lord.
You know, so it's like it was great to see a lot of them. You know, was able to get a lot of great content going and just always hanging out with my brothers, Jasirii, my nephew. Anytime I'm with them, I already know I'm going to have a good time regardless of what's going on because if they're not going to have it jumping, we'll get it jumping,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody else can follow suit. You know, especially my nephew. We've gone to clubs where people were just kind of standing around doing nothing while pretty good music was playing. It's like, why isn't anybody on the floor? He's just like, you know what? I get it started. And you jump out there, and then all of a sudden everybody's out there, and it's like, yeah, all right, yeah, now it's a party.
Yep. You can only leave it to those who can actually get the party started. And I can only do so much. I am naturally an introvert, y'all, but I will get that party started one way or another.
But yes, like I said, it was all obviously it was amazing seeing you since I completely missed you in New York.
Somehow, some way, guys, which y'all can't blame me for that one. I could only take my time to be there that one day, and it was between Saturday or Sunday. And I'm not gonna hold y'all. I definitely should have came Sunday because I forgot that I had the Chainsaw Man movie early screening. I got invited to that. And I was mad that I could not come back on Sunday to go to that because I had something else to do on Sunday. But when I heard it was in IMAX, I'm like, so and if I just fall on my knees and cry, then what? That's it.
So
That's fine.
you only went on Saturday to New
I
York.
only went on
Understand?
Saturday.
And I was there, and I never saw you. Jasirii, you saw her though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We only separated for like a little bit of time, which is
And
why this is insane.
I'm like, and in
OD.
that little bit of time, he found me, and I was like, where Jarrell at? I know he's here.
Yeah, like we were together all weekend. There was only like small bits and pieces where he was over there and I was over here, and he ran into you during that window.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I
I'm
was
trying to
around
remember if it was
Justin. I was
after
around.
the. Was it after the panel?
It might have been after the panel because after the panel, I didn't meet back up with you for a little bit because
Mm.
Yeah.
I met up with my friend Maria, and like I talked to her for a second, and then I did an interview with her and all that. So it might have been while all that was going down. And then once I left her, that's when I came to find you. By that point, you had probably done already seen Aggie and moved on. Because then I met back up with you, and that's when we started doing the content out in the main area.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
And considering once we got done with that, we left. So yeah, it had to have been during that time.
Okay. True. Yeah.
Apologies. I was all over the place. I was also helping my friend with her booth, which great brand. Shout out to Hayatati. Got some great things that week. And I was just kind of like everywhere.
Well,
I did maybe
it no longer matters because I have your number now, and that stuff will no longer fly.
well, yeah, you got me there.
Because it's like I tell some people, it's just as simple as a where you at.
And sometimes I may answer, which I usually do. Other times I'm just like, depends. Where are you?
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm always a I'll come to you person. I've never been a you need to come to me person unless they just insist.
Mm,
Because that's just how I've always been. It's like, oh, where are you? You're all the way on the other side of the con. Okay, I'll be there in about 10.
10. Yeah.
Because it'll probably take that long for me to get there. But still, I'm coming to you. Don't leave. You know,
Like I'm as quick as corner store Chinese food. I'll be there in 10.
Weak. Weakest. Got a point.
no, got a point. But no, Atlanime Fest was amazing. Like I said, I still got content I got to drop from that. Still got content I got to drop from New York Comic Con. So still plenty of stuff to hold me over, especially since I decided I wasn't going to try to run all 31 days on cosplay this year for October. I did it last year. And I'm like, I'm not doing that this year. No, I did it once just to see if I could. I did. I moved on. And I still consistently do all the days in February, and I will be doing it in February again in 2026. So I didn't want to do it in October and in February. So no.
That sounds like a fun challenge to do. Unfortunately for me, I'm like, I only have so many cosplay lives in my life that I couldn't do it, guys. I'm sorry.
Like
It's just
I have I believe 40 cosplays, so it's easy for me to do a different one every day.
I got 5 in my belt only for 1 year. You got that.
Easy in theory, as far as like the time
Ah.
and editing. That's different. Like I said, the first time I said, you know what? I was like, I'd seen the 28-day thing for Black cosplayers, and toward the end of the year, when it was going into January, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it this year. I'm gonna do it this year, and it's gonna be great. Literally, I didn't have on my mind that this was a leap year, so it's actually gonna be 29 days to the year I started it. I was like, ah, crap, I gotta do an extra day. Okay, whatever. So
Like you can only do so much at this point.
I tried to do the right thing where it was like, okay, the best thing you should be able to do is try to front load some of your content. If you can get some of that stuff done in advance and already have it done and just ready to post, then you can probably get through this month pretty easily because then they'll just be ready and you just wait for the day. But I'm a very, very busy person with work because I work full time. I work like 12, 13 hours a day when I'm door dashing. So usually when I had there were days where I didn't even have my cosplay ready for the next day until the middle of the night when I was trying to keep up with making sure because I didn't want to miss a single day. Like I always posted all 29 days at 12 p.m. Eastern, like clockwork. And I
Jeez.
did not want to miss that. So there were days where the night before, it's like 11 o'clock at night. And I'm sitting there like, now that I got everything else done, I'm like, I don't have a cosplay for tomorrow. I have no video for tomorrow. So now I got to get up and like, what cosplay have I not? Usually when it got that late, it's like, okay, which one of these isn't going to take like 40 minutes to put on? And it's like,
Ooh.
so slide into one of those, but I still didn't want to be lazy with it. So, because a lot of people credit me for creative transitions and stuff. And so I was like, all right, now I got to think of this late at night, a cool transition to do with this video as well, and think of all of that. So now I got to get up, put everything on, make sure I got my good camera on, record it a few times because I want to make sure it looks right, get it done, edit it. There were times I wouldn't get done editing and finishing the entire video until like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Mm,
Just because I did not want to not only miss a day, but miss my deadline. And that's with me having to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning to go to work
Lord. Oh yeah.
for
You
12
had that.
hours. So yeah, there were days where I just almost completely missed it. And then if I took a day off of work, that would be a day where it's like this entire day I'm gonna do 3 different cosplays today, and we're just
Right.
gonna get all this stuff done, and I gotta try to catch up. But no, that thing it was grueling. It was, but that was me because not only did I also do 29 days of different cosplays that I didn't want to be bad quality, I also did 29 days of photo shoots. So after I got done recording my cosplays, I would take pictures of myself. And again, I didn't want these pictures to be bad quality. So made sure I took good pictures, make sure I cropped out the backgrounds, found good backgrounds online that fit the theme of the cosplay, make sure I edited. So I had to edit videos and cosplays, photo shoots every day.
You were the
And
director, the producer, the editor, and literally the maker of the cosplay all for one.
exactly. And they were all high quality. So yes, every day, like clockwork, 12 p.m. video, 7 p.m. Eastern photo shoot, posted twice a day, every day
Lord.
for 29 days. That month alone, I got 15,000 followers.
Well, I'll be damned. All right. And maybe that is the blueprint, y'all. The consistency does help to the point where you will get those followers.
I haven't had a month that's been that big since. And I've done the challenge. I haven't done the challenge quite like that since. Like I said, this year I did the 28 days again, but I didn't do the 28 days videos and photos. I said I'm just gonna do the videos this time. Cause that's
Mm.
just too much. It's just too much. Like I did a few photos, like it because if I was debuting a new cosplay, which this earlier this year I did debut a couple of new cosplays that were before seen
So I've
in the
seen.
month of February. So on those, I did video and photos. But for all the others that I'm like, they know these, they've seen these. I'm like, nah, I'm just doing video. I'm not. But in 2026, I'm gonna try to do videos and photos again.
Mm.
So yeah, people are gonna have to pray for me.
You can only do so much, and we just gonna hope that you get them done to the best possible quality for you, but also don't stress yourself out.
No, at the end of the day, obviously, with the results of engagement and all of that, it paid off. Like
Mm.
that was a month. I had so many videos that month go over 1 million views.
Okay.
So no, it paid off, but it was a lot of work. But hard work pays off. That's the whole point. And
Right.
it might take a while, but that is what it is. So now it looks like my Jamaican brother is back up on the screen. I was just kind of filibustering there for a second, sir. How was your Atlanime Fest?
Atlanime Fest was great. I'm not gonna lie to you. Seeing the people, seeing friends, the booths, Ozzy
Shout
again. It
out
was
Ozzy.
just like it was definitely it was definitely a rewind and a nice relax. You know what I mean? Especially
Yeah.
with the performers too. The performers made it all. I ain't gonna lie. I heard you mention Keith earlier too. I ain't gonna lie. Then Kanichiwa definitely be hitting.
Mm-mm.
But I'm a Gen Z Tokyo type of guy. I ain't gonna lie. That Gen Z
Ah,
Tokyo be
see?
hitting.
Like you just like me for real. That Narita always gonna do something different to me, get me hyped up. Especially after having the Mastermind Kamikaze. Yeah, I already know where I am.
Shoot, man. But I'm not gonna front. It's like when you see your friends and you get to see them like in a chill setting. I felt like that was one of the most chilling settings that we could actually run into each other and be like, "Hey, how you doing? How you been? You want to get a drink? All right, we're getting drinks. All right, cool. Yo, what about this episode? Have you been watching this lately? Ah, I see that episode. That shit went crazy. That shit went crazy. Got you the
Uh-huh.
Kuda? Got you the Kuda? Oh, yeah, that just fire.
That John was fired. Good John.
Well, it was because Atlanime Fest was almost like, because obviously a lot of people were in cosplay too. It was like a con atmosphere without the con commitments. So there wasn't like a, hey, I can only talk to you this long because I got this panel I got to get to,
Mm-hmm.
or hey, I could wish I could do more right now, but I got this photo shoot I got to get to. It's like, no, it was just that whole atmosphere, but without those commitments. Other than you might want to go watch a performance, but that'd be for like a second, and then some people would, still take pictures with each other while the performances and stuff are going on,
Mm-hmm.
or record while they're listening to good music in the background from the DJ. So yeah, it was like the con atmosphere without the commitments of an actual con.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
so people were able to get a lot of stuff done. Like I'm still seeing consistent content from people from that fest.
OD. Yeah, especially shout outs to Anna for putting the whole cafe together. Shout outs to Balin and Jalen. They was on shit with their cosplay and Summer Drew. Lord of mercy, there's so many more people that we could add, like Rab, Classy. But
So many,
yeah,
so many
it
people.
was it
Yeah.
was so yo, like I said, chill environment. It was just like very, very calm. I liked it.
And more importantly, just again, being there with you guys, because I'm gonna always say it. Shout out Jenna.
Shout out, love my
Yeah,
wifey dad.
yeah. So
Mhm.
being there with her is always an amazing time and a fun time. And quite honestly, we say it all the time. This little sis for real. So anytime I get to see a smile on her face and having a good time, that makes me know that I'm having a good time because I like to live through others. And knowing that all of y'all were having a good time also makes me have a good time, because a lot of people think because sometimes I like to disappear and go sit in the corner that something's wrong with me. It's like, no, that's just because I'm introverted and I can get overwhelmed
Oh,
sometimes.
literally.
But I'm like, trust me, I'm fine. And they think, oh, you're not having a good time. It's like, no, I'm actually, even though I'm sitting up here, I'm actually having a great time because I'm sitting back and I'm watching everyone else having fun.
Gotta absorb it.
Facts.
And I obviously, especially my nephew, like I said, they're still gonna check, even though they know that's what's going on, and I always appreciate it. But so I know it just comes with the territory and all of that. But no, Atlanta Fest was the first one. Hopefully, it won't be the last one. I know I see them online already talking about the possibility of another one. So it must have been successful enough if they're already talking about maybe another one next year or whatever it will be. I'm sure they'll take everything from this one and kind of go into making it even bigger, better, all of that stuff next time so that we can have an amazing event that is going to be history making, because this was history making.
I'm like, this was a good start, and I know they have a lot of potential. There are just certain things I do know for a fact they have to make sure is better for me to consider coming back, because I'm not saying I wouldn't come back to Atlanime Fest. There's just certain things that would have to change for me to come back. Now, for starters, the time frame of when the event is, because don't get me wrong, I had no intention of going to TwitchCon. That was never like in my book to say I will go to TwitchCon. But there are certain things where in TwitchCon I would like to attend and also experience that if another big event like Atlanime Fest was happening, it would conflict. So it would be in my best interest to the people within the logistics team of Atlanime Fest to consider probably moving this to a different time frame of the year. Because while this was nice, there was a bigger event also happening, and people were kind of split between should I go to this event in Atlanta or should I take the chance of going to TwitchCon. Even though there was some controversial stories with TwitchCon, it's still a relatively good convention for those who are still building their platform on Twitch or even have a platform on Twitch to go to. So the time frame, I would prefer a change, but even then, I don't have too much of a problem with it because I wasn't intending to go to TwitchCon. Next, being
Well, real
somebody.
quick, before you get to the second one, I will say that sometimes trying to schedule something that doesn't conflict with something bigger can be almost impossible at times because there's so many other. Last year, DreamCon was the exact same weekend as San Diego Comic Con.
That one, okay. Yes, I admit, and even as somebody who not just work closely with staff at DreamCon because I was a volunteer for about 2 years, I know how things work and I already know how things are. So I get it. It's more of a logistical thing for not only the venue but also the con itself. But there's just certain things that are just going to conflict with each other that's out of their control based off of the venue's availability. And that was the case for Atlanime Fest because I'm pretty sure if I heard this correctly from somebody in the logistics team, this was not the date they even considered. It was just the date that Center Park Stadium was available, which
Right.
is fine, completely cool. I can admit that. Just like if that's what you can get, then you can just take what you can get. But what I also say is just it's a matter of planning ahead of time to the point where you can get a better time frame, but also to my next point, a better venue. I don't hate Center Park Stadium. It's just that the things that Atlanime Fest is not only capable of and also had could have done better at a different venue. It wasn't underwhelming, even though I did say that to a few people when they asked me how do I feel about it so far, because I'm like, I got there within the few hours that it started. It felt underwhelming at first, but once it started to pick up, it wasn't that. But there were certain expectations that I probably shouldn't have had with the venue itself that made me think that certain parts of that venue was going to be used. For example, we're at a stadium, so my belief, I don't know where this belief even came from, but maybe I'm spoiled because I've been to a music festival before. One of the biggest usually happens in Philly where Made in America, when it used to be a thing, happened. I've been to Made in America as a VIP ticket holder and also volunteered there once. I know how music festivals are supposed to be, and I also have one of the biggest venues in the world in Philly, and that's the Lincoln Financial Field and also the Xfinity Mobile Arena. When it comes to those venues, there's certain parts of the venue that are used. So my expectation with Center Park Stadium was I thought we were going to use the field. To some degree, I was thinking the field was going to be used, but we end up not using it. It was just like walking around multiple times within that part of the stadium, just going in and out of the artist alley, and then going out to the field, not the field, but like the area where the small but sizable skating rink was, and the creator lounge that really wasn't a lounge, it was just kind of like a little creator field, and then the stage was. To me, as somebody who plans logistically, I'm not saying we need to use all of the space that we can get to have it available to everybody's avail, because even the Javits Center, when it comes to Anime NYC, they don't use the whole entire space. But it does work to their favor when they do. So with Atlanime Fest, it's capable of being bigger, but if we're gonna still use that space, we're gonna definitely need to utilize more of it.
And I
Because
will say this: um, it was their first one,
right,
so they got to make sure that they can't go too big because they don't know if it's going to be successful or not.
that's fair.
So, like let's say next year, now that they know how big it is, they get a bigger weekend. Maybe they will use the field because it's like now we know how big this is.
Mm-hmm.
We can get to a bigger space. But I understand what you're saying because I will give you this in all of their promo stuff. Like even they had the one video where they were just standing and was scaling, showing the field, and it was like they were kind of giving off the impression that that was where it was going to be held,
Right.
and then it wasn't.
So it was like misaligned expectations for not just even somebody who even works within tourism and conventions, but also an attendee just thinking, oh, wait, there might be some events or some things being used out in the field. But in reality, once you get there, it's just like, oh, okay. Well, even then.
Yeah.
But even with the logistical planning of also other things that was happening that entire weekend, this was the one thing my boss pointed out to me because I told her about this weekend happening, and she was just like, I want your feedback on it because you're the one who actually wants to work in tourism and conventions, so you would know a lot more better than me. But the one thing she did point out to me was the way how it was marketed. And she said, remind me, this is supposed to be a 1 day event, right? Why are all of the events, or if not all of the events, but like some of the major events happening as early as
Wednesday.
Wednesday? That was that was actually a problem to me, but also something she pointed out very elegantly, because my boss will do that, but she'll also find a way to critique it very harshly. She said, I maybe this might be something that they have to consider doing better in the future if they have this again. But one thing that I usually have a bit of an issue with when it comes to marketing, because I work for people who are in social media but also in marketing, when it comes to you advertising certain events, especially when it comes to the length of it, when I see a 1 day event, because I worked at conventions that were as short as 2 days to conventions that were as long as 4 days. That's what I'm used to so far. Sorry, Dragon Con, but you will not see me on Suits 2027. But one thing about marketing your events and how you're showcasing it to not only the attendees, but also people who are involved in like heavier things like creator programs, vendors, partners, sponsors, etc. My belief was because it's a 1 day event, the weekend will realistically start with pre-events being as early as, let's say, Thursday evening into Friday. Let's say Friday just for like the sake of attendees. I'm thinking most of the good events, or at least some of the events, will start as early as Friday and then end as later as Sunday afternoon. So I really was just preparing to go to that event as me having the little pre-event on Friday, Atlanime Fest Saturday, and potentially something happening on Sunday. But my expectations was very low for Sunday. You were not going to catch me on Sunday after Atlanime Fest. So, um, when I saw that the partner program and the creator mixer was happening on Wednesday, I got a little bit concerned because if I want to get the full grasp of the weekend, especially if you only market it towards me as a creator as 1 day event, why we got events on Wednesday? I don't live in Atlanta, and some of the creators slash partners also don't live in Atlanta. So this is really only beneficial to those who can actually make it on Wednesday. But people got real lives. Not everybody can make it on Wednesday and just say, oh, I can go to this partner event because I'm here and I have the time to do so. Girl, I got work. Who told you I was going to be able to do all this? And the fact that you're marketed as a 1 day event, it just comes off as strange to me because I'm like, I can't do this because I only made time from this day up until this time. So logistically, I do want them to work on that event planning thing too, because if you're going to have something like this but market it as 1 day, try to stick within the time frame that makes more sense, or extend an Atlanime Fest to more than 1 day. I would be fine with it if it was a 2 day event. If they market it that way, then that way I can make time for it. But if you're only saying, oh, it's a 1 day event, but I got events as early as Wednesday, now I'm just a little bit confused on, wow, I missed this experience because I have my life back in Philly and I can't fly out as early as Thursday. That would have been the case if I kept my flight. But
Yeah,
what can I do?
I want to go ahead and piggyback off of that a little bit. And everybody that knows me, follows me, all of this stuff, knows how close I am to the Trap Sushi family. Like they know, that's mom and pops to me, trooping in.
Mm-hmm.
So I I'm not gonna say anything negative because again I had an amazing time. But when it
Yeah.
comes to some of the scheduling, you're not wrong. Only because I'm gonna take what you said, but I'm gonna put it in another perspective. When you are scheduling something that is a 1 day event, which is why we booked our B&B the way we did. We're like, we're going to come in on Friday and leave out on Sunday because your event you scheduled was for Saturday. And
Mm-hmm.
that's really all we need. And I said, I imagine a lot of other people that are coming in that's going, oh, it's only a 1 day thing where we're going to book our flights. We're going to book our B&Bs. We're going to book our hotels, whatever you stayed in,
Mm-hmm.
probably just for that weekend, which
Right.
is fine because it's a 1 day event. It isn't so much that they had something way on Wednesday for creators, because I know it was a mixer for creators.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it wasn't so much that they had the thing back on Wednesday. It was the fact that we didn't get the email knowing that that was a thing until less than 2 weeks before the event.
That was also another thing too. It's just more like if how do I say it? I don't remember.
Everybody had already booked their travels and their
Right.
stays and all of that, and then this comes out. So it's one of those things where it's like, I know work will always, that's anything. But
Mm-hmm.
everybody else, there's a lot of creators where it's like, had we known ahead of time y'all were going to be doing events as early as Wednesday, we could have booked our travel and stay accordingly.
And this is where I kind of like take shots at certain, not even content creators, excuse me, that's the wrong word, conventions. I take shots at conventions about this all the time because when it comes to event planning like that, there are certain well-known conventions that have their personal, notorious moments of last minute notifications of certain events happening at their events. I've seen it firsthand, and usually it's not the best way to go about it until I get a feedback form, but I tend to talk about it publicly on my personal platforms, to which I tend to forget that some of these people who work at these conventions or also events follow me personally. So when they see that, I take my constructive criticism to a degree where people are just like, there's certain outlets for you to actually make this well known. Fine, I'll say that. I can do that. But when I know you're not taking it into consideration, I'm gonna take it to my social media, and you can't stop me from saying what I want to say. So when I notice that, and when I bring it up to the officials, when I have my hand or at least my moment to talk to them about it, they take it into consideration. They try their best to be a little more punctual with letting people know about certain things ahead of time. And sometimes it works out in my favor because once I say something, somebody listens and takes it elsewhere. That's what I kind of wish with that's why I kind of hope with anybody doing newer events like this, because with Trap Sushi doing Atlanime Fest, they can learn more about it. Just make sure you let people know ahead of time about certain things, because that's what helps attendees and con goers in general be prepared accordingly. And as somebody that goes to almost like, I hate to admit it, somebody who goes to almost 8 to 15 conventions a year, that is something I've learned. You tell people ahead of time about certain things, they will prepare for it ahead of time.
Yes.
I am in almost every community Discord, for example, because I do moderate discourse for conventions themselves, telling people certain tips about how to prepare. And that's the one thing people ask, what is it like at these conventions? What should I expect? The first thing you probably should do, besides expecting how your experience is going to go, is how you should prepare to it. Pay attention to the social medias, pay attention to those emails, learn more about how your travel insight is supposed to go, plan for them, prepare for it budget wise, because it's always going to cost money. We live in America, y'all. This costs money. But make sure you are ready for it by any means, with any way possible. Keep your eye, ears, and maybe your fingertips if you type like that, and know what's coming ahead.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Like I say, because people had done already booked their flights, had put their vacation time in, all of this stuff, and then all of a sudden, less than 2 weeks, it was like, oh, so I probably should have done more. I would have if I known about that. But now, what? Now you're gonna try to go to your job? It's like, well, I already got these days off. Oh, by the way, I kind of need 2 more days off. Like you just can't do that last minute with places. Like changing flights can be a pain. Like so all of that stuff. So it was like if people know, and no one's saying you gotta say all these different events like the second it's announced, but maybe within like the first month that it's been announced, it's like, hey, there's this thing going on, and there's all these things that's gonna be surrounding with it. That's official. Unofficial stuff you can't really do anything about because that's them doing whatever they want to do. But like if somebody all of a sudden wants to pop up and be like, "Oh, we're gonna have an after party on Thursday," it's like if you're not officially a part of that, you don't have anything to do
I'm
with
about to say at that point we really can't stop you. You just got the notification from the venue saying that you can use it on their day. Fine, whatever. I don't care. It's like if I can go, great. If I can't, whatever.
Yeah, unofficial stuff I'm not gonna hold against people, because if anything, I know LAN parties always been. Greg's been really good at just popping up with parties while you're in that weekend. It's like, oh, LAN parties on Friday night, and then all of a sudden it's like, surprise, they're doing another one on Sunday night. You find out
Hilarious.
about that like
Anyways,
Saturday morning.
like you're hilarious. I can only make so much.
You can only make so much, but yeah, people will pop up. But the official stuff like that mixer, that would have been nice to have known back when we were applying for like creator and all that stuff. And then I'd be like, yeah, I can plan for this. And then we could do that and then go from there. The
Right.
other thing I will say, which we would end up finding out didn't really apply to us, but we didn't know this at the time, but it still applies to regular goers of the fest.
Mm.
That thing is was from 1 p.m. to 10 with no re-entry.
That one, okay. Yeah, this one I have to give slight grace, but also understand where everybody was coming from when they brought this up to me. Because, like I said, I'm spoiled ish and have the privilege to know how music festivals, because this is a music festival thing, how they work. I'm used to that where it's just like they tell you once you're in and you cannot re-enter, because I've been to a festival like that where they just quite literally said, once you're in,
You're in.
you leave, you can't come back. And then I'm like, all right, I get that. That's just protocol. I guess it's a safety thing, but at the same time, I'm like, I understand why this is not common knowledge to a lot of people, because we're used to going to conventions. Some of us are used to going to conventions versus before going to like music festivals.
Right.
So we can usually just re-enter it at our free will and then go from there. But because of the fact that this is not only just a convention, but also a music festival, they were following those guidelines versus actual convention guidelines. And since we're at a stadium, they're always going to follow the music guidelines before we do that one. So that was a bit of a shock to most people, which I completely get. But then I'm also just here like, okay, well,
Yeah.
all right.
It was a big shock to people that are used to cons or even just after parties, because there's a lot of people that just, quite honestly, like I said, I don't go to music festivals.
Mm,
There's a lot of people that are not trying to spend 10 hours at a place and
God.
not be able to leave. You would want to be able to at least leave for a little while and then come back like you do at a con. But it's like, no, when you're in here, it's like, yeah, they got bathrooms here. Okay, they got some vendors here. That's gonna run out. Like, they're not
Mhm.
unlimited. So then food's gonna start. It's like, oh well, you can leave and go do that, but you can't come back. So for that to be something that's gonna that caught a lot of people off guard, I will say, was not something a lot of people were happy about. Even if that's something that festivals are known for, these people, yes, it's called a fest, but they're not thinking festival. They're just thinking more like, hey, one big party,
Mm.
So that took a lot of people off guard as well. Not
And even
saying,
with that, it's just like I get it now. I get that, but then that also goes back to my point where I'm just like, that's where I thought most, if not all, most of the venue would have been used. Because now that you're saying that I gotta be here for more than 10 hours, I'm thinking more of the venue will still be available for me to go venture around. Because at that point, with the artist alley and then like the other area with everything else, it's like walking into a complete big circle for almost 10 hours. You're gonna get tired of it at some point, which is why I'm just like, I would like to believe in the future, if they do have this again, they will expand the area. Because yes, there's things going on almost at certain parts of the stadium, but how you guys advertise it and how long this event is supposed to be, I'm thinking most more of the area will be available.
they could use a bigger space for a lounge.
Yes. I'm about to say we need to have a lounge. I'm gonna
That's
be
all.
honest.
That's all you really need. Because most people is just, even though there's technically places you can sit down, like a real spot where it's like, I would just want to go get off my feet, maybe sit at a table, eat some food, rest.
Hmm.
That way, now you don't necessarily have to leave the building to
Right.
get the rest.
Right.
So a lounge, yes, a lounge would be great.
A lounge would be great. And this is, I didn't have to deal with this technically, but I do know people who did attend primarily because of the reason I was going to be there, and maybe many others were going to be there. But people did have to physically buy tickets and also attend the event. This is a registration, but also, yeah, registration. This all falls under registration, if I'm being correct. This is a registration thing, but we got to think about some of these benefits and kind of like give people their money's worth. Because I had to review it just to even understand what goes on with the general VIP and double VIP badge itself. I treat it just like most cons because I go to most cons with the highest tier badge like I possibly afford. You never see me at DreamCon without a premium because it's been like that since I've been going to DreamCon.
Yeah.
But that's, yeah, that's the one rich flex I'll say that's everybody can have on camera and on tape. Yes, I
She
don't
admitted
go to.
it. We got her
I'm
on
like
camera, guys.
I'm like I don't go to DreamCon without a premium badge, guys. I'm so sorry. It's just I personally benefit from like the um individual line that you get, as well as the other items that they give to you with a premium badge, as well as the other events that go on. My money is I'm getting my money's worth whenever I do pay for a premium badge at DreamCon sometimes, but they could also offer a lot of other things with that badge if I'm paying this amount of money. The same goes for Trap Sushi and even Atlanime Fest. I say that for Trap Sushi because as fun as the party was, VIP didn't get a lot this time like it would at the other parties. And I've been going to all the Trap Sushi parties with a VIP ticket. Y'all gave a lot more at your other parties than y'all did with this one, which that could have been out of your control, honestly. I'm not going to hold that against you. I would never hold any of that against you. That's just my main critique for this particular one. But with Atlanime Fest, the double VIP itself might need to be reevaluated just a hair because it was probably on par with what VIP was getting, especially as a content creator, because content creator is on par with VIP. I thought it would be on par with double VIP, but it was actually on par with VIP.
No.
I didn't hate it because I wasn't really expecting too much out of it, but seeing as though they were supposed to get certain things with double VIP, but they practically got almost everything I got as a content creator, y'all gonna have to reevaluate those benefits just a hair, because I don't think people should be paying extra if they're just basically getting the same treatment as the first tier VIP. Just have, it's either you have two where it's just mainly general and then VIP, or don't add a third tier unless the third tier just gets a lot more.
It seems like the only thing at Atlanime Fest that the tiers really meant was being able to go to a spot where other people can't access you.
All right.
And it's like, okay, I can stand on the left side or I can stand on the right side. I'm not really getting any more benefit from standing on the left side than I would if I was standing on the right, except that standing on the left, I know I'm surrounded by nothing but content creators versus on the right side where it's a bunch of attendees
Mm-hmm.
or anything like that. So no, there was no the only real benefit that I personally was able to get for being a content creator there was the fact that I didn't have to pay for my badge,
Right.
ticket, band, whatever we want to call it. I was able to come for free.
Right.
Um, I don't know. Maybe other people that have maybe signed up for stuff, maybe they got swag or things. I don't know. Because I wasn't going to be doing that, I never read into it. So I don't know what they had to go through as far as like getting a ticket or what all that came with or anything like that.
I've talked to maybe a few people who are double VIP, and they kind of gave me like the same sentiment that I'm giving here. They were just like, I don't think I would pay for double VIP in the future if they offer it again, because I didn't really get much that you didn't get as a content creator. And I'm like, as a content creator, we acted more so like on the VIP scale. They're like, whatever you got is what we have access to. Maybe with the one exception of being able to get a meet and greet, or at least a guaranteed meet and greet with somebody that was part of the talent. But even then, it was just like, I could get away with this by not being VIP and just being general, because they walked around throughout the entire thing the whole time.
We talked about that because it was
Mhm.
like, yes, a lot of these creators had meet and greets, but yet 90% of them just walked around because they wanted to experience the fest too. So they just
Mhm.
walked around amongst the people with easy access to them. Hey, can I get a picture? Hey, So the meet and greet almost didn't really make much sense.
That's what something I have come to learn with most of these conventions as well. And I'm gonna use DreamCon as a great example of this, because this is very common at DreamCon. Since I've been going, you can tell the talent themselves want to be immersed with the people. Yes, it is very easy, and I say this as somebody who goes there enough and also works there to a degree. It is very easy to meet the talent outside of like their own personal meet and greets. Even if they got security, some of these talents, they will just literally come up to you and just talk to you. That's why people always ask, as like a first time attendee, is it worth buying a premium badge because I want to be able to meet so and so creator or so and so talent? While you may not be able to meet everybody that's on your bucket list, but there is a good chance you will be able to interact with most of these creators. They want to talk to you more than you want to talk to them. So the chances of you meeting them is very high with just a general badge versus a premium. I met most, if not all, of the talent in 2022 simply, well, first of all, I had a VIP, but it didn't even matter with that, because I could have hid my badge the entire time and you would not know if I was VIP or also general. I met all of them because they walked around.
And don't get me wrong, like not everybody obviously walks around. Like when you go to some cons, when you start getting like into voice actors or celebrities or things like that, a lot of times you might get lucky if you see them walking around on the floor. Some they literally show up early, get to their booth area, leave out the back, and then just leave out the back door somewhere, and you'll never see them on the floor.
Right.
So I get that, and they probably do that because business wise, they got managers, they got all of this stuff, and it's probably like, if we're gonna charge people to do this here, we can't have you walking the floor because now people are gonna be doing stuff for free, and we can't have that. It's not gonna be fair
Right.
because how would that look if you went and you paid $80 to go get an autograph and a selfie with someone in their line that you waited a long line in, and then you walk down and you're seeing that same person just standing over there in the middle of the floor somewhere, just taking a quick selfie with someone that got to get it for free.
Quite literally. It's kind of like the game itself, but at the same time, it does just randomly happen. Some people are nice enough to just say, I ain't gonna charge you for that. It's whatever. But I've been with voice actors and also other talent because I work in guest relations in general. I've seen it enough. Some people are very privy about that and will make you pay because their agent is usually around them. Some people really don't care. It's a selfie, it's a picture. You don't know this person, but they're a big fan of you and you like their energy. Do what you gotta do. I ain't gonna start charging folks just because you want it.
Yeah, and that's it. Like even if they're out on the floor, you might still be like, "Hey, can I get a picture?" Like, yeah, but I'm gonna have to charge you for it. And then that person want to get mad. It's like, wait, you're out here and you're still charging, and then it
Hell
gets
yeah.
into this
It's
whole
still a job, baby.
it gets into that whole back and forth. But then there's just the some that's like, yes, what they do, it's a job, but they just also like the people. You've seen we've had voice actors on this podcast before, and it's like and the way those things happen. I can tell a quick story, like with Major Attaway, the English voice actor for Queen, One Piece.
Yeah.
He was set up at Anime NYC. He had his stuff, he had his panel, he had his, session, all of that.
Mm.
Cool. Do what you got to do with him. But then, like, me and my nephew are just walking the vendors, just minding our own business, and we just run into him because he's just out walking.
Mm-hmm.
And he eventually told us, because we're friends now. He eventually told us, like, the reason he was out walking is because he was purposely looking for people who were dressed up as One Piece villains because he wanted to go up to them.
Mm.
And that wasn't something he was being charged to do. That's just something he wanted to do on his own time, to just walk up and like meet them, take pictures with them and stuff. And it's like, so okay, you can pay to go get stuff with him, but then on the flip side, if you were wearing a certain cosplay out, he was gonna walk up to you,
Exactly.
and be like, hey. And it just so happens that um my nephew was an admiral that day. I was Luffy. I just happened to be with him. So he walked up on us because of his cosplay. So he was like, hey, I like your cosplay. Then he introduced you. He's like, oh, by the way, I'm Major Ataway. I'm the English voice actor for Queen. And it's like, he didn't even have to tell us any of that.
I'm like, we knew who you were. Don't worry.
Like, and the thing is, at the time, actually, I didn't know. Like, I
Oh.
never knew what he looked like anyway.
Oh, well.
So I never had a face to this voice. So he could have said nothing. We never would have known that was him. And probably so like later down the line or something. But he wanted us to know. And then even he had a person there with him who I'm guessing is like maybe his handler, manager. I don't know. But he had someone that was walking around with him. So probably helping him get the picture. So he takes the picture with my nephew.
Right.
Then we end up talking for like a second. So then I had a picture with him. And then I'm like, because I'm always doing my candid. So I'm like, I pull out the phone and I'm like, oh, we got to get some candids. He's like, yeah, sure. So I pull out the phone. Now we're basically getting videos that we didn't pay for. And so I'm recording him just standing, just having a conversation with me and my nephew. They know the camera's on and they're just having a good time just talking for a second. And then my nephew's like, I like when you do that zoom, zoom, zoom. And then he just starts doing the voice. It's like,
Ooh.
and that was our interaction. It was like, this is insane. But like I said, since then we've had him on the podcast. We've met up. We've done cosplay videos with him. Like really, really good friends. Really good dude. Really, really good dude. By the way, guys, yeah, I guess I can say it for anybody that's still here, he will be returning to the podcast next year. That is already a guarantee.
Yay.
So that's also gonna be a lot of fun. But yes, to close this out, there are some things. And like I said, it's the first one. It was still a great Atlanime Fest. It's the first one. Of course, they're going to have room to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see that growth happen.
I do.
Because I want the absolute best for them. I want them to put on the best events. I want them to get all the promotion, make all the money, and give all the experiences, especially for people that look like us, because I love that kind of history. Right now, though, I need another type of history from you. You've watched our podcast long enough. You should probably know where I'm going with this. If you don't, then you could be in for a surprise. We have an ongoing debate that we do on this podcast with every guest, and it is now time for you to hit the tally. So, Aggie, I need you to say it with your chest: Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network.
When you asked me this question yesterday, I had to go through a deep dive of what cartoons or realistically any shows I have watched from these particular channels.
Yesterday was just, I like to ask what people's favorite things are so I can know the type of topics I can come up with for a podcast. But this question, this debate, we've been doing this debate for 3 seasons.
I know that. I remember that. I watched it from all your episodes. So it was just like, I know where I stand, and it's always going to be Cartoon Network simply because of the fact that the shows that I loved all came from Cartoon Network. So For me personally, while I like a few shows from Nickelodeon, even some of the newer stuff that they have, I'm always sticking with Cartoon Network because they had the best shows there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. So yes, we've been asking this for 3 seasons now. I'm not saying that we haven't had people, and I tell people all this all the time. I don't hate Nickelodeon, but the
Mm,
debate is just
mm.
which one do you like more? I loved Nickelodeon growing up, but
Yeah,
it's not Cartoon Network. It just isn't. And apparently a lot of people agree because we have asked a lot of people over these 3 seasons, and that Nickelodeon list is very small.
and I mean, they have every reason to keep it that small and choose that preference. I see the appeal. I get the appeal. And I'm like, sometimes I even agree with those people when they give their reasonings. But you're not beating Cartoon Network. And knowing Cartoon Network's history, or not even Cartoon Network, knowing Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network's history when it comes to choosing the shows that show up on their platform, the shows that we got on Cartoon Network that are sometimes widely more successful than Nickelodeon, they rejected. So it's just like a matter of you guys are choosing some good shows, but you guys are always losing out on the best shows that always come to Cartoon Network because Cartoon Network makes that availability and gives that opportunity to those shows that you thought had no potential working on Nickelodeon. Maybe they didn't work on Nickelodeon, and y'all just like give it to Cartoon Network. They might be able to do something better than we could, and they did.
Which is why it's always insane. And Nickelodeon, as much as I love Nickelodeon, always gets put in this tough spot
Hmm.
because we'll have a lot of people that'll come on here and be like, "Oh, well, I mean, one network had Toonami and the other one didn't," and it's like, with the big anime fans, and then people bring in Adult Swim and all of that, and of course Nickelodeon, they had their great cartoons, they had their Nicktoons and all of that, but the other thing they had to offer while one was doing Adult Swim, the other one stops doing cartoons altogether, and we're going to Nick at Night where they're showing classic cartoons. Which me personally, I
Right.
love classic TV shows. Like I tell people all the time, I'm old. I'll never completely give my age away, but just
Mm.
just just know I'm old, and that's what it is. And I grew up watching a lot of those shows that are now on Nick at Night. So that never bothers me. But then on the flip side, when you go, well, Nickelodeon also had a lot of TV shows for kids that weren't cartoons. It's like, oh yeah, but at that point, then you compare it more to the Disney Channel, not Cartoon Network. But then when you start saying Disney Channel versus Nickelodeon, then you start getting into those
Mm.
shows, and then it becomes like, what? Disney Channel created more stars.
Yeah. And then don't get me wrong, even Disney Channel now, they're selective, but sometimes they select some really good hard hitters. And recently, I've been taking a liking of a lot of Disney shows versus, well, because Cartoon Network is no longer with us. I've been taking a lot more shows and making my own personal top 10 list of certain cartoons that I would favor over Cartoon Network. And
Well,
Cartoon
Cartoon
Network,
it's still with us. The
yeah,
network hasn't gone away. The website has ripcartoonnetwork.com, but the network's still with us. But they're not really producing many new things anymore like they
right.
used to.
They're not producing many new things, sure, but they're also not giving me like heavy hitters that Disney has recently been getting me, but not never renewing. Like, I don't know a lot of good shows off of Cartoon Network as of right now that Disney has been showcasing off lately. Like, I love Creative Creek. That's a great show. I actually love that show a lot, but I would never favor it over the Owl House. I love the Owl House a little too much to say I could not put that over multiples of the shows that's on Cartoon Network. That show has gotten a high rating from me, but they never renewed it. So I can only do so much, but that's a high show to hit with the expectations I have for cartoons. And now that people are really challenging certain standards from these networks, it's in the top three for me right now, guys.
And that's what I'm saying. And then when you get into the live action stuff, like I said, Disney has produced more stars than Nickelodeon shows have. And we
Yeah.
know Nickelodeon has had some great shows, but then, and we're not saying Nickelodeon hasn't produced any stars, but
Mm-hmm.
then we start comparing, like, okay, how high did their stars go versus how high did the Disney stars go? Like, don't get me wrong, they Nickelodeon has the Ariana Grande, which is like their biggest heavy hitter, Kiki
Yeah.
Palmer, but then you look over at that other station, it's like, damn.
Just like, damn, yeah, you're not beating that gangy. Even if you try to beat it, You really hurting your head right now.
Like really, like Jonas Brothers, Miley Cyrus, Demi Lovato, Selena Gomez, Zendaya, like, and I could just
Mm-mm.
keep going.
Just like it's a lot of people there, and
Freaking
honestly, it's gonna be hard to hit.
Sabrina Carpenter, like
Damn.
it's
Just
like
like, and I like her bad, bro. I can't. That's my molecule cousin. I can't do that to y'all.
that's what I'm like. They just produced too many mega stars. Like I said, Nickelodeon had like people who were famous,
Ooh,
like the Miranda Cosgroves and stuff like. But they never hit the sights of the Disney people.
no,
You know, I know Big Time Rush is technically touring right now. They were never what the Jonas Brothers became.
no.
It's like there's the older ones. Like I would love to say Keenan and Kel, who I was a big fan of, but to be honest with you, Kel kind of disappeared, and Keenan's been on Saturday Night Live for like 30 years now. Do
Like,
something else, bro.
please do something else. I'm like, I get it. Unless you hosting that, John.
No,
No.
he's the longest tenured cast member in SNL's history now,
Yeah. I'm like, nah.
and
It's
I
not
say
doing it.
that's not a flex
No, it's not.
because they tried to give him his own sitcom and it flopped. People forget that NBC had a show, I think it was like a year or two ago, called Keenan. They gave
Yeah.
him his own sitcom. It did not last long at all.
It was a mess. I was just I maybe watched maybe a few times of that, and I just couldn't get into it. And I was watching it with my friends back in Philly because we usually have like a little Discord session or whatnot, and just watch some old shows. We watched maybe like a few minutes of that, but ultimately I unstreamed that, and I'm like, I'm going back to bed. This is not fun. I can't.
Yeah, and then when I say stars, because then some people are trying to hit, well, what about this person? It's like when I say made stars, I'm saying like these people became big because the channel made them big.
Right.
It's like that's why I can't give people like, or they're like, well, what about Degrassi? It had Drake. It was like
Okay.
when Drake became Drake through Young Money, people did not even know he was even on Degrassi.
Right.
That did not make him who he was. That was like he became something, and it was like, oh, he was on that? That's not the same. It was the same thing with Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon was on All That when All That was already dead.
Right.
He was a cast member for like its final season. It's like I can't count those.
It's like what are we gonna do with that? I don't know what else to do with that, bro. Like, okay. Uh-huh.
It's like meanwhile, Sabrina Carpenter did like two DComs. She was on Girl Meets World for 3 years and was releasing music while she was still on the channel.
Shout out. I like to make this joke with my friends who I went to music school but also did music lessons with, because I did music lessons at my alma mater when I was in middle school up until high school, and also took some small music lessons at this music school called Settlement Music, which, to my credit, we never met, but we went to the same music school. Sabrina Carpenter went to the location that was near her area, and I went to the one that's near my area, which is in South Philly. Um, we say shout out to Settlement Music School because they're always going to make a musician out of you one way or another, even when you're doing something different. And we're like, that's always that Settlement stuff from her, especially because she's like, she's still doing big things. Meanwhile, she's still got to make music out here in
Yeah.
PA of all places.
No, definitely shout out Sabrina Carpenter. But yes, like I said, we're gonna be adding you to the tally of Cartoon Network. Like I said, that's a big list. It just is. Now we don't hate you, Nickelodeon, and we know you had SpongeBob, and you know what? We'll always love SpongeBob. It's just not enough. It's
It just, another one. Thank you.
not. Unless you're Summer Drew. I'm sorry, I love you, Summer, but
I love you, Summer. You my wifey, for real, for real.
but
But
saying but saying SpongeBob can 1v100 everything on Cartoon Network is wild.
all right, let's calm down.
That was literally her take.
I remember that. I was there for that episode, and I was just like, "Now, all right, let's calm down. SpongeBob is not Kirby."
Just literally cobble everything up. Like, no. But I'm glad you said Kirby, because speaking of Kirby, no, we're not going to get into Kirby, but we are going to get back into video game because, like I said, there was something I wanted to park a little bit later, and that is the Blue Hedgehog, who has a very, very near dear to my heart. There's literally a Sonic the Hedgehog 2 poster on my wall of the original Sega Genesis game, and it's one of my biggest prize possessions. And you say you got your start with Sonic Adventure 2?
Yes. When I was a child, that was the very first game I played. By technicality, I will say when I got my GameCube, the first game I played was the Sonic Adventure series. So I had Sonic Adventure 1 and also Sonic Adventure 2, but I started with Sonic Adventure 2 simply because I was enamored by Shadow the Hedgehog. And for me, that was kind of like my introduction to Sonic because I wanted to learn more about Sonic in general, which ultimately got me into like learning more about music because something about the music from the Adventure series was probably my biggest fixation. That's when I learned about rock music and also lyric analysis. It started young for me, but I didn't really get into the lyric analysis until I came to college because as a music historian, you're always going to want to know what's the meaning behind a lot of things at the basic of fundamentals. And for Sonic Adventure, we all know that soundtrack is fire. It's great. Like you hear that, you know, open your heart. Once you hear it, you know, live and learn. That's a great song by all technical standards, and even the music from Sonic Adventure 2. Well-known music. Everybody knows the Pumpkin Hill theme. We're gonna be hearing that for a while since it's now spooky season. But we also know a lot about
Escape from the City.
Escape from the City. Yeah, you're gonna hear that a lot. Those are common Sonic songs that you know of, and people could just sing off rip.
No, absolutely. And like I said, because I am older than you, my Sonic lore goes way deeper than GameCube.
Mm.
I always tell people I try not to go too deep into showing my age, but I'll just put it this way. Sonic the Hedgehog, the very first game, came out in 1991. I am older than Sonic the Hedgehog. Anyway, um
Wow. Well, I have learned a lot of things today because you could have fooled me. I thought you were literally in your 30s.
well, I meant 1991, do the math. That's not exactly 50 years ago.
Well, yeah, they ain't 50 years ago, but I also didn't think you were like,
I
a
am in
year
my
old.
30s.
Okay.
But
No, 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 no. Okay, so well, I know how to do math, guys. Don't worry. I know how to do math. It's just more like I was thinking for whatever reason, because you kept saying nephew. I'm like, is this man like 40-ish? Because that'd be crazy, but okay.
I was about to say, if I was, would that be an issue?
No, it wouldn't because I I know
I'm
Swoozy.
not, but if I
Right, right. I know Swoozy, the YouTuber. He's my favorite person. He's in his 40s, which I found out very recently at 2024 DreamCon, I think, because that's when I met him. And I had like, I didn't even know his age at the time. Somebody told me passing when I was going back from like my shift at volunteering. They were just like, I did not know Swoozy was in his 40s. I'm like, he's in his what? Googling it literally there. I'm like, well, I'll be there. How long have I been watching this man?
I say number one, black don't crack, so
It really don't.
that's always good. Number two, ages don't really mean much at all. My dad was 40 years older than me. Like my
Okay,
dad was already 40 when I was born.
fair.
So it's like 40 plus actually. So it's like that doesn't always mean anything. So even when people say nephew, it's like, oh, well, then that man must be 20 years older. And it was like, no, not necessarily. Like my sister is literally 20 years. I have a brother, if he was still alive, who's 20 years older than me if he was still alive. Like he's old enough to be my father, but he's my brother.
I'm like,
So
I'm used to big age gaps coming from somebody who's the youngest in my family. Like from my mom's side, my sister is 7 years older than me. And then from my dad's side, I have three brothers. One is 5 years older than me, the other one is 8 years older than me, and then the one who people like to refer to us as twins because we literally have the same birthday. He's 10 years older than me.
like I said, my
So
oldest would be 20 years older than me. A sibling, not a parent, a
right.
sibling. So and my dad just had kids. He just spanned like decades of kids, which
Well.
which I always say, and I'm not going to get deep in right now because I don't feel like getting emotional when it comes to my dad not being around anymore. But I always tell my siblings that I'm jealous of them because they had a lot more time with him than I did.
Right. I get that.
And there's not much I can really do about that. But yes, I am older than Sonic the Hedgehog. So I only put that out there to say that I had all of them.
Mm.
So I was old enough or young enough at the time that I owned a Sega Genesis.
Ah.
And That is why, if anyone saw my 10 games to get to know me, there were quite a few Sega Genesis games on there.
Which I saw. I was just like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. You like one of my other mutuals who just so happened to have a Sega Genesis and just talked about all the older games that they used to play. There was games I didn't even know existed until I think I had to look in like one of my old trivia books because I'm a trivia nerd. I love trivia. I had to find out these games existed. And I
Don't
was
make me
like,
feel old, Aggie. Don't make me feel old.
listen, I'm like, video games are so amazing to the point where it's just like there are certain games I did not know existed until I had to pull out a trivia book and go on Wikipedia to find out they're real.
Don't make me feel old, Aggie. I'm not even going to ask you what those games are because I feel like I'll feel
Don't put
old.
yourself on that book, please.
But I also owned an NES. Our family owned an NES growing up. I can say that the NES is older than me. I can say that. Now that's older than me. The NES came out in 1985.
Right.
I am not older than an NES.
Okay.
So,
Well, you see, you're not that old.
well, 1985 was 40 years ago. So
That, okay.
obviously that makes me under 40. But
Well, yes.
what I'm saying is, so I had a couple of NES games on there as well, and I'm a retro gamer anyway. Like even games, not just because of nostalgia, but even when like newer games would come out that would tap into retro game feel or retro game style of play, I usually end up finding myself enjoying those games.
Right.
Like I don't know if it's just because simpler time, but retro games are just so much harder than newer games. They just
Yes.
are. And a lot of people will even admit that. Like you'll see YouTubers that will be like, they grew up with PlayStation and stuff, and then they try to go back and play some of those Super Nintendo games, and they're like, how did anyone ever beat these things? It's like, oh
Right.
yeah, with no save states, y'all don't know what to do, huh?
Exactly.
3 lives and you got to start the whole game over again. Yeah.
It's like playing the Pokemon Nuzlocke challenge before it became the Nuzlocke challenge. I'm not going through that, y'all. I'm sorry.
Well, that was what we had to go through.
Well,
Like you had to gain lives along the way. If you got a game over, maybe you're lucky enough to gain some continues. But then if you went through those and your game was over, I don't care if you were on the last level, you got to start all the way from the beginning. But because I grew up on that and that was literally all I knew, I know how to play that way. Because you didn't grow up with that, you had to go. But it's different when you grow up with something.
right.
Because then it's what you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm sure there was things that came out before my time that was like, I didn't grow up with this, so this is going to be a little difficult for me. But I grew up with those games. I grew up with, when you see the list of like some of the most difficult games that they say of all time, and one of the ones that even to this day people put at the top of the list, which is Battletoads.
I love Battletoads. Oh,
The
well,
original OG Battletoads on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
which is
A
by
game that
far
is almost 40 years old now. One of people still say is one of, if not the hardest game of all time.
And honestly, I like Battletoads a lot. That was probably one of my craziest hyperfixations that they put onto newer systems, just as like a little classic addition to their systems.
Did you ever beat it?
We're asking the wrong questions here. Because I didn't beat it, but I was on the verge of trying.
Yeah, because I know when they put it out on newer systems, they now actually give you, because I remember when it was a part of the Rare Replay collection, you have the replay system. So if you screwed up and died, you could just hit the replay button and then try that spot again. So it still was an old school difficulty game, but with the new school way of being able to try as many times as you want, instead of just getting a game over and being like, that's it, you're done.
Yeah, no.
I didn't have that luxury when I was a kid, and I beat Battletoads.
Oh, well, aren't you just so lucky? Like, gosh, guys, we got a wise guy here. He beat that Battletoads. He thinks he's better than me.
As a child.
As an adult here, he's so big on the money shot. He beat Battletoads. Meanwhile, me.
Something about difficult games, though. I don't know if because I find them as a challenge. Because, like, even when they talk about modern, like, games that have that retro feel, but they're difficult, like Cuphead and stuff like that. And, yeah, I know so many people that are just like, I just can't beat Cuphead. I'm like, I beat Cuphead. Like,
I'm going to say, okay. See, that's kind of the weird thing. I didn't beat Battletoads, but I beat Cuphead.
And, well, I will say this. because I've played them and beat them both. Cuphead is easier than Battletoads. It
Exactly my
is.
point.
It just is. I'm not saying Cuphead is easy, but it's easier than Battletoads.
Lord.
Battletoads is, and a lot of games were at back then. Battletoads is what we call unfair. It's one of those games. No, it's literally one of those games where you couldn't one shot it if you wanted to, because there's going to be levels where things are going to just pop up out of nowhere that's going to kill you instantly. That there's no way you could have known that until you've played it one time and went through trial. It's a trial and error game. The deeper you
Right.
go, and even when you know the trials and error, if you're not good enough, you still can't overcome them. It's like, okay, now you know this thing is coming, but are you still going to be able to do anything about it?
Correct.
But even the first time, it would just you'll just be doing a routine jump and something would just swing through and just kill you instantly in one shot. In the later levels of Battletoads, almost everything kills you in one hit.
Yeah, Battletoads just it'll see me another day, but unfortunately, I don't know when that day will come back for me where it's just like, it's fine. I could beat it. Maybe.
But yes, no, and don't never play it with another player. Because you can do two player at the same time. Never do that. That is basically impossible. Like even people who have beaten Battletoads have said they've never beaten it with two player because it's completely unfair. Because not only do you got to try to coordinate and stay on the screen at the same time, because it's not split screen
Mm,
with all this difficultness, but if one person gets a game over, you both got to go back.
damn. Damn. I don't think I'm going to play Battletoads
I've
anytime.
never beaten it with a second player. Never to this day. I've never beaten it two player.
Say all two-player games kind of scare me as of right now because currently the only two-player game I'm playing at this as we speak is Split Fiction, and I'm playing that with Jen. We did It Takes Two together maybe about a few months ago, which took us
I
some
want to
time to
play that
beat.
game.
It's so fun, but we get on each other's nerves to a degree. The Split Fiction, that's like going above the standard and increasing in difficulty. We're not gonna get out of there anytime soon, but we'll come back on live and play that game sometime later, maybe.
Me and my childhood best friend, we used to co-op games all the time. And we used to just beat so many games co-op, but again, just Battletoads. Just because I still haven't met another player who can actually beat Battletoads. So how am I going to do this co-op with them? Because I can't trust them to get a game over, not to get a game over, which is going to cost me. But for most things, it was always him. Now it's me and my nephew. Like we will
Oh.
tackle co-op games and we'll go through them and like we'll beat them. Like even some like really difficult games, like we will sit there, we'll strategize. Like we don't ever really get frustrated with each other too much. We'll do co-op fighting games, like when multiverses was a thing, RIP multiverses. Me and him used to get on that fighting game and like just team up and just whoop people. It's just, but we're gamers. And when you're gamers, it's gonna make things that much easy. Like I said, I play fighting games, and I used to find that as a challenge. When it came to like Dead or Alive, I took that
Mm.
I took that personally when I played
Ah.
that online with people. And I'm not even like a super like I'm not a trash talker. So I think people get mad that I'll beat people and I don't talk trash at all. I just get on and I play.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember there was this one time, and I'll get back to the Sonic in a minute, guys. There was this one time where my friend, like I said, my childhood friend, he was online playing DOA 3 against this girl, and she just kept whooping him every game. He could not beat her at all. And he's talking to her through chat, and she's just nonchalantly talking trash in the nicest way. And to the point where she's pulling the whole, maybe I just need to pick somebody else. I'm not going to pick my best fighter anymore. And I was just like, oh man, you're making her take it off of her best person. That's nah, man. And I know like some people think, oh, it's because you're a girl. No, just because she was a better fighter. I don't care what gender she was. It's like, no, I can't have nobody beating us like that. We got a reputation. We can't be losing to people.
Mm.
So, and I mean, he would not even be able to get a round off of this girl. It would just be like two straight rounds, lose. And like, you're not even getting a stock off of her, bro.
Damn.
Like, nah, I can't have nobody beating me two straight times. Like, I can't.
No,
I
at that
can't do
point,
that.
I'm gonna lose it. I'll have anger issues by the end of the day. I'm tired. You're not beating me twice.
So I just tell him, I'm like, can I play?
Mm.
And he's like, yeah, you can play whatever. And then he told her on the headset, he's like, hey, it's still my account, obviously, but I'm passing the thing to my friend. So I got on. I'm like, hey, how you doing? He's like, hey. I was like, yeah, you been beating my friend? Like, he's like, yeah, I'm just having fun. He's like, I was like, well, I'm gonna try to give my shot at it now. She's like, okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and get one of these other characters because I know that a lot of people have a lot of difficulty. I'm like, no, that's not how I do. Because even if you whoop me, I'm never gonna learn. If you're going easy on me, I need you to pick your best. Because even if I get destroyed, I'm not gonna learn anything about myself if I'm not playing you at your best. Yeah, that's my saying pride.
That's fair.
And so, like, get your best person because let's just say I do beat you with that other character. What have I really done? You're gonna be able to come
Then
back
what?
and be like, okay, but you didn't beat me at my best. Exactly.
Like then what? Where do we
It's
go
like
from here?
I'm like, no, get your best person. And she's like, all right, I get my best person, so I got my best person. Because I'm like, no, I gotta see what I'm up against.
Mm-hmm.
And we play round one, and we're fighting, and she beats me round one, and we're just talking casually. And then round two comes, and I had kind of figured out how she fought just from doing round one.
Oh.
And then round two came, and I was able to start countering a few things, and all of a sudden, I took round two, and she just goes, "Oh no!" And I was like, that sounds like concern." I didn't say that, but I'm just saying to myself, like, that sounds like concern. So we got to round three, and it's just a battle. She ended up squeaking out round three and ended up winning the game altogether. And she was like, "Oh my god, that was crazy." I was like, "I know, that was insane." I was like, "I almost got you though." She's like, "Yeah, you almost got me." I was like, "So we're gonna run another one?" "Oh well, actually, that has to be my last one. I really gotta go." Sound like somebody didn't want that rematch.
That's insane. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, you're not about to read me and know my tactics and then beat me from that.
All of a sudden, she's like, "Oh, I'm having fun playing all day." I almost beat her, and it's like, actually, I gotta go. No, so that's I always say that's one of my advantages in fighting games is that I'm really good. I'm really am like a saying. Like I will fight you, and even if I lose, I'm learning how you play.
That's how it is usually. I'm like, I have to learn how you play after, maybe losing a few rounds. But me being the person that I am and seeing my Joy-Con fingers getting used to it after certain periods of time, and me even getting used to fighting games nowadays because I'm like, I just started getting back into it. I've been away for a while, but nowadays I'm learning. I'm taking it on.
Yeah, in DOA 4, I met a really nice person. That's when they started doing full lobbies. I met a really nice person on DOA 4, and he was like, it's just like she was. He was whooping everybody in the lobby, like nobody could touch him. But he wasn't like trash talking or anything about it. He was just really good, and he was just gonna whoop you. He just was.
Mhm.
I couldn't beat him. And then as everybody kept, because you could spectate and people could do the different lobbies, fight, next person fight, next person fight. Obviously, eventually everybody just started falling out. Like, nah, I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm leaving. So then all of a sudden the lobby was just me and him.
Mm.
And we were just talking, just vibing. I was getting to know him. Really, like I said, a really nice guy. And he kept saying, he was like, "Oh, by the way, I hope you're not feeling too bad that I'm winning all of these fights. It's nothing personal. It's just that I've been a fan of DOA for years. I've played all the games and I put hours into this game a day. So if it seems like," I was like, "Bro, that's not a problem. Like, if anything, you're helping me get better because now at this point, we're basically sparring with each other. So we're just fighting each other every round while we're talking."
Right.
And as time slowly went on, I finally started winning matches against him.
Mm. The studying.
Because it took a while, but it was like, yeah, so like now they're starting to shift a little bit. And it's like, yeah, because and I told him I thanked him for that because I'm like, you're like one of the best fighters that I've seen all day. I'm basically the only person to beat him that day. And
Right.
it's like without this sparring session, I think I've learned some things about myself as a fighter in these fighting games.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had to get because I was like, I gotta get better at reversals because that used to be a weak point for me. I'm like, if I don't get better at reversals, I'm never gonna beat this guy.
Right.
And that's what it is. I know that isn't the same for everybody, but no, that was a tangent. But Sonic the Hedgehog, I've played them all. Like I said, actually, my first game, probably because why it's on my wall and I hold it near and dear to my heart, is Sonic 2 on the Sega Genesis. I played Sonic 2 before I played Sonic 1
Oh.
because that was what we owned. Like, we didn't get a Sega Genesis when it first came out. It was years later when my dad finally got us a Sega Genesis. And that was when the Sega Genesis came with Sonic 2.
Ooh.
So we already had it. Yeah, remember when game systems used to come with games without you having to do like a pre-order bonus?
Hilarious. Ah. Like I live in the capitalistic world where I have to get a game separately.
No, like they just came with it, and literally on the actual cartridge, it would say not for resale on the Sonic 2 cartridge, so people would know if you tried to sell it. No, this was a version that came with a game system.
Right.
Like yeah, if you already had a game system before that game came out, you could buy it in the store separately. But no, you didn't have to, and that's how it was back then. And I love Sonic 2. I mean, a lot of people do. If you ever see a lot of countdowns for like the greatest Sonic games of all time, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is usually like top two.
Top two.
It usually falls down to that and Sonic Adventure 2, go figure.
Mm-hmm.
Um, then depending on whose list it is, it's either flip flops
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes how old you are, which you grew up with as well.
Great. Great
But
categories.
we talk about the soundtrack that Sonic Adventure 2 has. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on Sega Genesis is still my favorite video game soundtrack, period.
Mm-hmm.
Like just period of any game that anybody can throw me. I know my personal opinion, but yeah, like I have tracks from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 Sega Genesis on my playlist when I DoorDash.
Mm.
Like just because I love them so much, they're near and dear to me. Classic Sonic is always near and dear, and I love Sonic Adventure. I love Sonic Adventure 2 more so because they did fix a lot of things in Sonic Adventure 1 on top of Sonic Adventure 1. So I think it's wild that you played 2 before 1 because the controls improved on 2.
I know. So that's one thing I had to explain to a friend, because even though he's younger than me, he does give me a lot of insight with video games because he has a vast interest in video games. So when he told me that the GameCube port itself wasn't the best port for Sonic Adventure 2 or really any Sonic Adventure game, first of all, I was perplexed because I'm like, I don't know, that's the one I grew up with. Until he's like, I'm gonna do you a favor, I'm gonna give you my Dreamcast, and then you play both Sonic Adventures and then come back to me with your feedback. To which he was right. I will give him his accolades. I will admit he was correct. The better port is definitely the Dreamcast one, even though
It's the original.
It's the original, yes. It's the original, and I'm like, I can admit the original is actually beating the remake, but I was just like, I'm here for the nostalgia of it, but I also like the game itself since it's actually deemed as one of the best games in the Sonic series as well. I get that. But for me, it's like I started with Sonic Adventure, so I'm always gonna deem it as like my top 5 games that I love overall, even with like the newer games that are coming out outside of the Sonic universe.
Yeah.
So it's always going to come down to me when people are asking me which Sonic game should I start with first when it comes to getting into Sonic. Obviously, I know better now because I played through all the Sonic games in the franchise. But whenever people were just like, what's your favorite game overall? Sonic Adventure 2 will be coming off of my list because I like that game entirely from where I started to where I am now.
And I get that. And by the way, of course, we actually own the Sonic Adventure games on our Dreamcast. We didn't have a lot of games on our Dreamcast. It didn't last very long. But yes, that's where I originally played the Sonic Adventure games. I can see why you would tell people Sonic Adventure 2 as a good starter game because it really does encapsulate what we like to call modern Sonic,
Right.
the 3D Sonic world and how that is. But then if someone played that and then they went back and tried to play like Sonic 1, 2, or Sonic and Knuckles or something like that, then it's like, well, this is completely different. It's more start stop, it's platformery, it's left and right. And again, that's my generation, but that's also my favorite game. So me personally, while I would tell them, yes, you should play Sonic 2. Yes, you should play Sonic Adventure 2. But if you wanted like a true starter that's going to give you a good idea of Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm going to say play Generations.
I would say play Generations because Generations quite literally has every well-known level from each and every Sonic game that came out to that point. Sure, I would always say play that if you wanted to like get yourself a modern start to know what classic Sonic has been through to get to modern Sonic, to know how all these levels were formulated. I'm also going to challenge people whenever they try to get into the series at all is to start from the basics, start from where it all started and go from there, and then try to play the modern remake of everything all at once.
Right, and that's why I said that makes sense. The reason I say Generations is just because it gives you both.
Right.
You get to experience the way the classic games played and the way the modern games played. And, and if you can get all into them at the same time, it's like, That's great. You know, there's some Sonic games I would not recommend at all. Just tell them to stay the hell away from them. Unfortunately, I love you, Sonic, but there are some games that I would tell people to stay away from. I'm sorry.
I'm so curious. Name one.
Name one
Hmm.
for people to completely stay away from. And here's the thing, I gotta preference this. I don't completely hate this game, but I know what everybody's problems are with it. Because I could be frustrated with a game and still be like, I'm a Sonic fan. And I
All right.
think my Sonic fandom plays a lot into it. And that would be Sonic Forces. Like,
Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. You're so right.
Sonic Forces is a game I did not hate because I'm a diehard Sonic fan. But I don't know why they even went back to the whole modern and classic thing in that game. Generations already did that, and
Hmm.
they did it, and not even as well. The modern the classic stages on there are not even that great, and
No.
the modern ones are too short.
Mm.
Like you could literally beat like every modern Sonic stage in Sonic Forces in like 45 seconds,
Yes. Yeah.
and you can just gun it, and you're guaranteed to beat that game because Sonic Forces has no lives, which means you can't game over.
You can't.
You can just play the level as many times as you want until you beat it. You're not
Yeah.
going to get that S rank, but you can still play it as many times as you want until you beat it. And that was one
Yeah.
of the things I had to see. I was like, you can't get a game over in this game. There's no stakes. You just play it as much as you want.
And
Like,
do it until you beat it.
like I said, my friend that I grew up with, he's not even that big into Sonic, so Sonic isn't really his big of a thing. He's beating Sonic Forces.
Yeah. At that point.
The only thing that I really was like hand clap with Sonic Forces is I did think the whole creator thing, the custom person, was a good concept with what they were doing. It could have been executed a little better, but I liked what they were going for. Like those levels, at least they were different, and I did have fun trying to customize my little guy. But even the story, and yes, Sonic is a lot about story too, guys, especially when you get into the Sonic adventures and stuff. The Sonic lore starts running deep.
Yeah.
The story in Sonic Forces is just not great.
It's not good. You could. I say where I agree with you. Being Sonic versus like the mediocre or not even good parts of the Sonic franchise, because quite frankly, I don't remember what goes on in Sonic Forces. All I know is I quit the game eventually because I was so bored with what I was doing that I just didn't want to return. So I just watched my friends play it. We complained about it, but one of us had to beat it, and it wasn't going to be me.
I played it, I beat it because it's Sonic. I went and tried to do some speed runs. I even uploaded a couple of my speed runs through certain levels because you could open up some shadow levels.
Right.
And so I was like, oh, let me do that. But the whole time I'm just sitting there like I said, I enjoyed it fine just because I like Sonic. But I was even going, man, this level's already over. Okay, yeah, all right, next up. Oh, over already. All right,
Hmm.
and just knowing the classic ones just weren't that great. Then you have games that technically are good. It's just a shame what was done to them. And as much flack as Sonic 06 gets, the story is not the worst in the Sonic franchise. Obviously, it has some characters that it introduced to
Yes.
Sonic.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think a lot of people would be more fond to Sonic 06 if it was finished, as in not glitchy as hell.
Right.
Like that's the problem. It's unplayable at times.
uh when it comes to Sonic 06, I was there during its, well, I can't even say I was there technically. It took me about 2 to 3 years to be there because Sonic 06 came out in 06. I started
06.
playing games in 05, but I didn't get my Xbox 360 until I think 09, 08 or 09. I know I was a child,
By that
but
point, you probably heard about 06 by that point.
I heard about it, but the thing was, I heard about it being like one of the few games that were on Xbox 360 and I wanted to play it because I like Sonic.
I mean,
So
like
I did.
how glitchy it is, and
I ain't hear none about that glitchy stuff until I was a teenager, and people were just like, "How were you able to like that game?" I liked it because this is the reason why I got into music. I wanted to learn more about video game music, and Sonic '06 has great music.
it
That is the
does.
that is the only saving grace that game will get because I could not play the game. You're right. I don't know how I managed to finish it, but I guess the music was the saving grace because I'm like the music motivated me to finish it. But to play that game now and then have things like Project '06 or on the PC and play the game and have it playable, that's where I'm just like, I don't know how I beat that game on my Xbox, but that game was in fact unplayable.
And that was the thing. I always felt bad for '06 because I was like, if they just re-released it and fixed all the glitches, like it could be a really good game for people.
Right.
But because, like I said, the music was great. The story was fine. Silver, all that stuff. Um, the human girl was.
She had no business being there. Ain't no offense to Elise, but it's just like your purpose was about as unnecessary as no offense to Sonic X, but Chris and the whole rich family folk being there, y'all were good side characters, but y'all really had no business being there.
Yeah,
Especially when
shout out Sonic X, by the way. Go
I
ahead.
love Sonic X, but I'm like, especially when I realized the show itself was deriving off of not only the game's lore, but also just their own personal lore with everything else. Them humans had no business being there. I know y'all were trying to inhabit Earth and then try to make it like your own home, but I did not care for
Well,
that.
once the Sonic Adventure games came out, then it was just more like we want to do something that's kind of. Then I'm sure if you're deep into Sonic, you know about the whole controversy of like dropping all the voice actors and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
because they want to make everything more seamless, which is why you could go to a con and if they wanted to bring every voice actor that's ever voiced the Sonic franchise, there will be a lot of people there
There would.
because there's been a lot of voice actors that has gone through that franchise. It's kind of sad to say, but yeah, and that was the thing. She had no purpose there, especially because she was kind of getting romantic with Sonic too. And it's like, I guess a video game, but first of all, Sonic dies in the game. People like, yeah, um, yeah, some kissing going on. Like you're a whole human.
It's
Yeah,
like it's so hard to explain it because Jen, for example, I'm trying to get her into Sonic and she's been liking it so far, but when she asked me about Sonic the Hedgehog '06, I'm like, I don't know how I really can explain that to you. She's like, ain't Silver in the game. Silver's in the game. Everybody knows Silver by now.
it's where he
But
debuts. It's
that's where
like
he debuts. So it's just like, yeah, you know about Sonic '06 because of Silver, but she's like, who's the human? And then I have to explain how Sonic and her relationship evolves into something whatever. And she's like, what about Amy? What is her purpose there? And then I got to get into a different can of worms and try to explain the lore here as to why Sonic is getting kissed on by this human. Sonic dies, and then he's coming back to life due to Chaos Emerald logic with Dragon Ball logic involved. So I don't know where I can really go with that one. Once she gets there, she gets there, but she wonders how Blaze herself dies as well. But we're not going to explain about that because Sonic Rush comes right after, and she's alive.
that's what I'm saying. Look, Sonic lore can be confusing, and there's a lot of it. Comics, cartoons, video games. It can get messy there. But yeah, explaining that's why I said the story for Sonic '06 is just kind of it's there. Humans in the Sonic world, like I remember a time where there were no humans except for Eggman himself,
Yeah.
and and I guess Sniffly if you want to go to the old comics and the
Oh,
old Saturday morning cartoon,
I
but
am not
like
IDW smart.
but yeah, they were the humans. It's like give me them as the humans, and I guess Maria because without Maria, you know, Shadow.
She's the only exception to the rule. Same with Dr. Robotnik because he's related to Eggman, but I can only make sense out of those particular
That
characters because
family, we'll just say that
that
family.
that's family. Yeah, that family in particular makes more sense than like adding the other humans that just somehow get there. The gun control for Shadow, he needed
Yeah,
a job, whatever, but everybody else I can't really give you an explanation for, especially when they didn't have too much purpose outside of one game. Maria and Robotnik, Gerald Robotnik, mind you, I I can only give so much information for.
Yeah, but at least we know they're there. We know, obviously, Eggman, Dr. Ivo Robotnik is not an only human that's going to exist. So there's going to be other humans. So I'm like, his family, fine. You want Ivo Robotnik, Eggman? Okay. Gerald Robotnik, his father, fine. You know, Maria, who's obviously related as well. That helps with the shadow thing.
Mhm.
Like, even with Frontiers, I know we have Sage now. And
I,
Sage.
I'm about to say Sage. Sage. Yeah.
Yeah. Who looks like is here to stay. So Sonic
Yeah.
going forward.
No, we'll make you fit somehow.
You know, and sometimes it's also just popularity because if anyone knows the lore, Sonic Adventure 2 was supposed to have been a one and done for Shadow.
Right. But y'all
Like,
can't get rid of my boy
technically,
Hedgehog.
he died at the end of that game.
He did, but
But then they realized that he was going to end up becoming more popular than Sonic. And they were like, yeah, we got to retcon this.
like, let's not actually kill off my black hedgehog. And I'm like, don't do that.
And then all of a sudden, you get Shadow the Hedgehog, the video game, with like, I don't know if I'm exaggerating this, 1,000 different endings.
Yes. Shadow the Hedgehog. I like to make this joke with my friends and even people at Sonic Expo, which this is like my way of derailing into that with the fandom. I did not know how expansive the Sonic the Hedgehog fandom was to the point where they have two conventions that happen for it, one in Atlanta and one in Dallas, but there's a Sonic theme convention every year.
I want to go to the one in Atlanta. I do.
The one in Atlanta is very fun. I went there this year in August.
I know.
And I'll be going to the one in Dallas because I did get into the content creator program there, which this is my way of announcing it before they announce it.
Be careful, I will say, because again, I'm big into Sonic lore, and while I've never been to a convention, like I said, I watch all the games, I've seen all the streamers, I know all of that. So we know all of the faces of the people who are like in the Sonic the Hedgehog community and who are like stream the games or at the conventions. There's a lot of toxicity amongst that community.
Oh, I know. I've witnessed it firsthand, although I have not been involved with any drama or toxicity from those folks. I've only interacted with those who are like the positive face that don't look like they would start some issues with me. Not me, especially when I'm not for it. I'm already old. You're not about to start with me today. Like, that's the only time I'll admit it. You're not gonna start not that stuff with me today. I'm sorry, it's not.
Yeah, like now there are like whole like documentaries and stuff out about that the Sonic community. It's like, my goodness. So yeah, you're going to be surrounded by them, and you technically already were, because there was some stuff that apparently went down at this expo. I don't know if you were too aware of or not, and I don't have time to try to get into right now.
I'm not saying we're gonna have to talk about it through something else, because I'm like, there was something that happened, because all I remember was I was in line with someone trying to see, I think, Pete Capella. So that was the silver voice actor before, he tried to rob me in my chain. It was funny. But I was in line with a few friends because one friend wanted to see him really badly. So I'm like, okay, let's wait in line. And then somebody behind me, they were like, do you like Silver the Hedgehog? I'm like, of course, that's why we in line here. And they were like, what do you think about him getting his own game? To which we went into a extensive but very productive conversation about how Silver should have his own game to learn more about his lore, because obviously 06 did not do him enough justice for just us knowing that he's a hedgehog from the future. He's basically Trunks.
And enough people didn't play it, so
right, enough people didn't play it, so people just know that there's 3 hedgehogs, a white one, and a black one, and a blue one, and we don't know too much about the white one because he was only debuted in one game and
in a broken game.
So he should have his own game, just like Sonic.
And he's been in other games, obviously, but that don't really count. Like, he's a background character.
Like we don't know much about him from the other games. We need a Silver game. So that's all I got from Sonic Expo. First of all, Sonic Expo, I would say, is the one place where I can escape from my usual cons of like anime and gaming, where people don't do regular arguments of saying, what's your top 3 anime, or give me quizzes about said game. Like, I can have productive conversations where I don't feel like I'm getting questions for my knowledge. So when I got that conversation out of the way, I texted my group chat like, y'all, I have escaped from the shackles of being told by anime men or video game men about Oh, you're a video game fan? What, tell me more about this character. That was the one time I felt like I can be free.
Well, you're not really gonna like our next topic then. Like that's
Oh, brother, guys. You know, I
this
was
is
doing
still an
so
anime
well.
debate podcast. I'm just
Man,
saying.
listen, I knew what I was getting into. I'll be fine, I think.
I will say real quick though, what is your favorite Sonic the Hedgehog theme? And I know that's a vast amount of
Hard.
bangers in that franchise.
And I've been listening to them a bit recently since I went to Sonic Symphony last year in New York when they were on tour. That
And I
was
want to go to that too.
yeah,
I want to.
you gotta do your best to get out there, man. Especially when they come back on tour. They're supposed to come back very soon, but until then, an experience. But my favorite Sonic theme as of right now has to be break it. What is it? Break through it all from Sonic Frontiers. I love the modern things, especially when they use not just even celebrities, but also just like well-known music icons in their music, and still manage to capture the essence of Sonic songs from way back when up to now. And break through it all being like one of the boss themes for Sonic Frontiers. Love that. I would also say it ties with Open Your Heart as well, which I love Open Your Heart. That's definitely my favorite song.
A lot of them are great choices, and I can say that because that's how usually you can tell the difference between a person who likes some songs from Sonic and who likes Sonic songs.
Mm-hmm.
Because for the most part, everybody just keeps going, "Oh, live and learn, escape from the city, Green Hill Zone," and it's like, okay, what else do you got? Like I tell people all the time, like it's just my personal opinion. Green Hill Zone isn't even the best theme in that video game.
It's really not. It's a good
I
song.
It is, and I know it gets glazed as like the official Sonic the Hedgehog theme for reasons. I mean, it's literally the theme song of the very first level of the very first game,
Right.
so it's the one people are gonna remember. But then people will just put it up there as, oh, this is like the greatest theme song of. It's not even the best one in that game. Not even in that game. I'm sorry.
Not even in that game itself. No.
But I get it. It's iconic, and I'll never get over people with iconic. Like I said, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is my favorite video game soundtrack. Period. So obviously, my favorite theme would come from Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and I always go back and forth on a few because it's the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 soundtrack is just so freaking good.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people go to Chemical Plant Zone, which I know there's a lot of people that love that and would think that would be number one for me, and they're probably right.
They kind of
Uh,
caught you, bro. I
it's
don't
it's
know.
on it's on my playlist.
Ooh. I'm about to say I made a dedicated Sonic song playlist, which I said indoctrination for all Sonic fans. Because for those who don't know, though, I have a lot of friends who are not into Sonic primarily because they never played the games.
Right.
So my way of indoctrinating or making folks fans before they even have a moment to touch the games is through music, since that's like something I know of. And I made one on Spotify and Apple Music and just recently Amazon Music. So when people want to know what songs are well known in the Sonic franchise, I just give them the playlist and they just listen through it. As of right now, I believe on Spotify I have about 3 saves, but on Apple Music I have about 120 saves because some people found the playlist and just save it. I'm hoping
Nice.
I'm hoping Amazon Music has that same save because I'm like, oh, so everybody's getting indoctrinated to be Sonic fans. We like Sonic movie 1, 2, and 3. Perfect.
Cause I actually use Amazon Music. That's my music thing of choice. Cause I have an Amazon account,
Right.
so I get Amazon Music. So that's what I use. Which also, by the way, guys, if y'all don't know that already, of course, I'm going to say it at the end. This podcast is actually also on Amazon Music. It can be found there anytime. If you have Amazon Music, you want a podcast to listen to, you can always listen to the podcast. It's real. But
Hmm.
yes, we try to make sure we're on as many things as possible. So, as much as I've completely enjoyed the tangents and everything we've gone on, I'm gonna go ahead and go to like my final like topic and a half, so that we got to get some anime in here. We've gone. I love when we go off on tangents, but I've also said I don't I try not to make these podcasts go all night anymore. So we are going to Park Sonic the Hedgehog, and I gotta get into Dragon Ball because I know you're a Dragon Ball person, and I mean the entire franchise, guys, not just regular Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super. And I know you are a big fan of Dragon Ball as well. You know, I've
Mhm.
literally saw your drip. So just I guess to put a big isolation on it real quick, talk to me about your love for Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball has its impact on a lot of things that I love, even outside of anime. Dragon Ball is the first anime to be watched by me. Like, that's my first anime. I've started with Dragon Ball before I got into like the other big threes, Naruto, Bleach, and most recently One Piece. Hey, great. But Dragon Ball obviously is the grandmaster of a lot of things that come into my life and also things I have interest in. My love for martial arts came from Dragon Ball. World Martial Arts Tournament Saga was literally my favorite arc. Every time I watch Dragon Ball, that is one of the arcs I kind of just watch and then nothing else from the show. That's just the
Mm.
one that just captures my interest. Um, came when it came down to fighting games before I seriously learned about competitive fighting games and other things within the community, I will go to the well-known fighting games in the Dragon Ball franchise. Budokai Tenkaichi, that's like from 1 to 3. I know about that game. I played that game, loved it. Raging Blast, Burst Limit, um what is another one? Well,
Did
yeah,
you
I mean,
did you play the Xenoverse games?
yes. I don't necessarily hate them. They're just like not my in my top 10. But they're fun games to play. I like Xenoverse enough to say I will play it over Ultimate Takayashi. I hate an Ultimate Takayashi. That's not a fun game. But even then, I played a lot of the fighting games in the Dragon Ball franchise. Love it. But to this day, Dragon Ball Fighter Z will always have my interest because not only is it competitive, but also a game that has something outside of the usual story and narrative that Dragon Ball fighting games follow, which is just going through the classic sagas from Dragon Ball Z. Great, whatever, but I do get tired of it at some point, so Dragon Ball Fighter Z goes outside of it. And Dragon Ball, being that it's very easy to make outfits and also style easily. Like there's a lot of fashion icons from Dragon Ball that people can utilize in their style. You know it once you see it. You know the Dragon Ball purse from Hypeland. Everybody likes that. You know the Potara earrings. Everybody knows what those look like, even if you know it from the classic yellow to the new green ones. Everybody knows Dragon Ball fashion once they see it. And the well-known voice actors, even the creator himself, may he rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. Everybody knows about him, and everybody knows about the voice actors that are iconic to this day. Sean Schimmel, and even a Japanese voice actor. Dragon Ball is just well known, and Dragon Ball is literally the benchmark. The way how anime is known for a lot of certain action details all started from Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is the blueprint.
Dragon Ball is the blueprint, but that also brings me to my next question. Dragon Ball has brought a lot of joy. A lot of animes after it have kind of modeled themselves off of Dragon Ball, especially in the shonen universe. But there is also something that Dragon Ball has been credited to a lot as well. Do you feel like Dragon Ball franchise is responsible for all of the power scaling arguments that we have in anime today?
Hmm. Yes and no. Yes, on the hmm. How do I want to say this? I want to say the whole series entirely is responsible for power scaling arguments that we have now, simply because it didn't really start to be relevant until Dragon Ball Z became a thing. When we had the technology, as I would call it, for us to know whose power levels actually are relevant. On the same In the same breath, I say no because people don't really pay attention to. It didn't even become a thing, not even become a thing. What am I trying to say? I say no in the sense that once we lost that said technology, in this case I'm talking about the scouters, once we lost that technology, people just kind of felt it out and just went through that. If you're stronger than a certain character, you just kind of like went through the trouble of fighting said character and just going from there and then knowing your strength between one character versus another. That's where I kind of see with like the anime things now with other anime, because sometimes these main characters don't care. They'll just fight just for the sake of fighting. Luffy does that all the time in One Piece. That man just likes to fight. Same way how even newer anime, or at least like old, not even older, but like anime that came afterwards, like even for Hajime no Ippo in my case, Ippo just wanted to be strong and he wanted to fight stronger people who had like a higher rank in the boxing world. And he was just willing to go through that whole effort. When it came to Dragon Ball, it was just like we have our main character Goku who just wants to fight for the sake of fighting because he's a Saiyan that has the hunger and urge to just fight somebody who looks or maybe is stronger than him based off of how they felt. Because he didn't have a scouter to know. He just know they were strong.
Right. But when I say like the power scaling debates, is that Dragon Ball is credited with being the first anime that people always run to when you see it. That people say when they talk about toxicity in the anime community, they talk about people getting in these arguments, these power scaling arguments over, oh, well, this character could beat this character. Like
Right.
Goku versus Luffy, who wins? And people getting these shouting matches over power scaling, or this person could win. You know, a lot of people blame Dragon Ball as kind of being a start to that because even with everybody that does it now, even
Mm-hmm.
back then, there was a phrase you would always hear. Someone could not be talking about Dragon Ball at all. They could just be talking about any other anime. It doesn't matter. Naruto, One Piece, even smaller animes. If it's got a fighter, One Punch Man, it doesn't matter. You could be like, oh, this character is strong, man. I like this character. I'm a big fan of him. He can do this, he can do this, this. And
But
somebody
he
says, oh,
can't beat Goku though.
can he beat Goku though?
And I'm like, you know what? I would have to say Dragon Ball is responsible for that because we've seen, or at least those who have watched Dragon Ball, have seen Goku go through challenge after challenge with other characters and fought them to whatever degree that he was capable of fighting them. And we seen him win somehow, some way, because shonen anime work like that. And then we have to bring up the power scaling of, but can this character actually beat Goku? Goku was able to go through this and so forth, but this character is doing something that looks minuscule to what Goku is possibly capable of. I would say Dragon Ball is responsible for that because nowadays everybody thinks that Goku can't be beaten, which sure, but he can't beat a heart virus though, so I'm not sure if that's true.
So, Kevin, can anybody beat an illness? Like, you know, unless you have like a good doctor. I mean, you know, Tony Chopper cured him, but
Well, I'm to say I can't say Tony Chopper can beat Goku, but I mean he can
he
cure
he could have
any
cured
illness.
him.
I'm gonna say he can cure him.
He ain't
That
gonna
don't
beat
mean he
him
can beat
though.
him.
But yeah, that was always the thing. It's like you could not even be talking about Dragon Ball. It had nothing to do with the conversation someone over here is having. You're just talking about a strong character, somebody that they can't beat Goku, and it's like, what? No one's talking about Dragon Ball right now. So it just brings in this big. But now you get into the point where it's like everybody's saying it's the flip side now. You used to get all of the, but can he be? He's black.
Mm.
You get a lot of the, oh, this person can't beat Goku, that person can't beat Goku. But now it's almost flipped to the point where people are saying, oh, this person can definitely beat Goku, that person can definitely beat Goku. So now you start getting into the Saitama versus Goku, Superman versus Goku, Sailor Moon versus Goku. And it's like it gets crazy with these debates.
It becomes crazy, and you can see it evidently in person at almost every convention who are hardcore Goku fans and like Dragon Ball fans in general. I've seen it at the Dragon Ball censored conventions where these people are willing to argue about Goku to their life depend on it. Meanwhile, I'm just here like, that'll be $60 for this autograph. You ain't got to argue with me.
Well, I mean, I can understand people standing on business about their opinion, especially if you know it's not a popular opinion, because sometimes you got to explain. Because, you know, you ask a lot of anime fans, nobody can beat Sailor Moon. She's just the most powerful, magical, strongest being in all of anime. And I'm the person that goes to cons and go, yeah, I can name plenty of people that can beat Sailor Moon. I'm sorry.
I could name plenty of people. I could name another woman who can actually beat her, and it's called Wedding Peach. Talk about it.
You know, I've actually been team Goku can beat Sailor Moon, and people get on me about that. But I also break down my reasons on why I think that is.
Mm.
You know, so I've said she's not beating Goku, she's not beating Luffy. It's like, I'm sorry, she's not.
She's not.
And because and I what I find out, especially from the viral video that Rob from Shonen Showdown, shout out Rob, put up on the thing where I am on there saying that she cannot beat Luffy. And that's the moment that I realized that a lot of people and first of all, I'm a big Sailor Moon fan. I grew up on
Right.
Sailor Moon. It's my very first anime. Like, I know the entire story from beginning to end. I know everything about Sailor Moon. I find out that a lot of people that argue for Sailor Moon have never watched Sailor Moon.
It's so funny to me every time I find that out when people just like to argue for the sake of a female lead, which you should always have reasonings to back up for characters you're willing to defend. Hence why when people can't defend Sailor Moon, it's like, I'm not going to take you seriously. Number one, because you don't even know her story. And two, I know many of characters, even the weakest of characters that I name, could still beat her.
Because it's always, she can destroy universes.
Goku
And it's
can
like,
too.
and what I go to is people say that because that's what they heard a YouTube video tell them, or
Exactly.
something like that. And the thing on Rob's video, and I stumped everybody that was around there when I said that Sailor Moon needed to be moved down on the tier list, and I said, well, he at least needs to be behind Luffy. And they said, they were like, Cap, da 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 da. And then I was like, tell me why you think Sailor Moon could beat Luffy. And one of the people say, because she's got magic. You can't beat magic. And
Who told you that lie?
my next question stumped everybody. I said, let's talk about her magic. What does her silver crystal do?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knew the answer. I was like, oh, she can't win. She can't lose because she has magic. Well, then tell me, explain to me her magic. What does it do?
Like, well, since you got your degree, you know everything.
I was like, what exactly does her magic do? Nobody could answer it. So I broke down for them exactly what her magic does.
And with the weaknesses involved too.
And how none of it would work on Luffy. So, yeah, they didn't like that at all.
I wouldn't like that either, because now you just told me, I'm just here trying to make a point. Meanwhile, you made the point with reasonings. I'm fighting for my life.
Once I know that you have no idea of the person you're even defending, I can't even have this conversation with you anymore.
Right.
Like, I don't mind. Like, if you can really come at me with, like, real stuff, like real arguments for her, I will listen. Because, again, I know Dragon Ball front and back. I know Sailor Moon front and back. So, but that doesn't mean I'm always right about everything. If somebody wants to bring up something next to me and make me go, damn, I ain't even think about that, then cool. But if you've never seen this stuff, I can't have this conversation with you.
Right.
Sailor Moon can destroy universes. You know, I've read the manga for Sailor Moon and I've watched Sailor Moon, and she's never destroyed one universe.
That's where I'm still don't get that, because I read that. I was like, where did... Okay.
She's never destroyed a universe, ever.
I'm about to say, I've never seen that.
Here's their assumption, and this is where assumptions seem to get into play. She can create universes, so they just assume she can destroy them too.
Oh, just because you can make the means, you can also destroy. I see the logic.
She's made a universe.
Yeah.
She's never destroyed one. So that's what I'm saying. But they say, but if you could create, you can usually destroy. You know, and that's a good argument to make. But then I can counter it also with this argument. Sailor Moon's entire abilities is built off the power of love.
Correct.
Her powers are not created to kill anybody.
That's why she's able to create versus like destroy.
In the beginning, yes, her tiara used to destroy monsters, but then when they were monsters that were being turned into monsters from humans, her powers heal people, not kill them, heal them. She takes the evil inside of you and she purifies your evil, and that's how she defeats you. Now, Goku doesn't have an evil bone in his body. Neither does Luffy.
Correct.
So what's her magic gonna do?
Just, kind of just sit there and create,
Can't purify people that are already pure at heart.
Exactly. We're doing a lot
she would completely destroy Vegeta, but she can't beat Goku.
I'm about to say, she's going to take everybody that's not pure of heart, but everybody else, Goku especially, of all people, Goku, he a little naive, but he is pure of heart.
Pure. Again, Vegeta, stay away from that woman, but Goku's not losing.
Yeah, no.
And I see the series got the claps in here. So, but that's where I've always standing with that. But yes, the Dragon Ball franchise, and I know it, I love it. So I'm gonna go ahead and I want to end here on one question because I always think this is fascinating, which is why I want to ask you this. In the Dragon Ball universe, Aggie, who would you say is a more important character to that story, Goku or Bulma?
In terms of the Dragon Ball series, like the story itself?
Yes. Who is more important to that story? Because we know to the franchise it's Goku.
Right.
To the story, Who's more important in Dragon Ball, Goku or Bulma?
It's tough to say because for me, I would say it's Bulma since she's quite literally the one who kind of jump started the the series title. Like it's literally called Dragon Ball, and we didn't know anything about Dragon Ball aside from Goku himself showcasing a Dragon Ball, thinking that's his grandfather, since that's what his grandfather left before, well, this ain't really a spoiler, but I mean, everybody should know Dragon Ball. This
Before
man died.
Goku murdered him?
Like
Anyway, go
Goku
ahead.
murdered him. So it's just like she's the reason why that became like the center theme itself because she had a Dragon Ball radar where she was trying to find all the Dragon Balls, introduce Goku to literally the magic of the Dragon Balls. We don't know about Shenron until we know about why Bulma existed. She's here to find Dragon Balls so she can get a wish. So I would like to think that Bulma is more important to the story than Goku because Goku is literally just the bronze and strength to make sure she's able to get it. Meanwhile, she introduced a whole device for her to even find it and managed to find Goku at one of the balls.
But that's why I say it's always fascinating because obviously, even storyline, why, right? Goku saves the world a lot.
So,
Without Goku saving the planet or without Goku being around, they'd all be dead.
right.
And that is very, very important. And I get that. But it's like, like you said, without Bulma's dragon radar, nobody would ever even be able to find the Dragon Balls. She created that. That's Bulma's device. You know what else comes from Bulma? The Capsule Corp.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that important? Because Goku would not have got to Namek without Bulma's help. Because they had to use their Capsule Corp ship to get there.
Right.
So again, without her, yes, he saves lives. But then on the flip side, she tamed Vegeta.
Yeah.
Goku solves a lot of problems, but Goku also causes a lot of problems.
Quite a lot. And it's not necessarily his fault per se, because at the end of the day, he is from a race of beings that like power. They want to fight. And they're willing to do it by any means necessary. So if they want a particular thing, simply for the sole purpose where they can get involved with fighting, they're gonna do it.
Even Vegeta is not dumb enough to look at someone like Zeno and know that person created everything and can destroy everything just like that. And is not dumb enough to go, hey, you're powerful, let's run these hands.
And that's where like people can make the argument of, yeah, but Goku actually, well, I can even say actually knows what he wants.
He won him over. He won Zeno over, yeah. Because he's dumb and lovable.
Yeah.
But he also kind of had to be talked out of, do not go challenge that man to a fight just because he's strong. Goku, you're bad at that. You wanting to run the ones got y'all universe put on the line.
Right. They ain't stopped him before. He still want to fight. He's just like, I know this is going to be a risk not worth taking and almost probably killing the rest of the people, but that's a fight I'm not willing to pass up.
Like, the Tournament of Power existed because you were looking for, everybody's universe is on the line because you were looking for a fight. Like, that's Goku. But he still helped save the day, which is why he's very important. But I also say on the other side, yes, Goku has saved the Earth. Mm-hmm. Goku refusing to kill Frieza also destroyed the Earth.
He has a nice heart. And that's where it's just like, I can see why people were just like, okay, maybe Sailor Moon might have a chance against Goku. But no, he's still strong. And he may have like a pure heart, just like, Usagi. But
exactly.
Then,
but yeah, his refusal to kill Frieza got their entire planet destroyed. We had to send him back in time and tell him, you got to go down there and do that again.
Yeah.
So his unwillingness to really want to put people away cost him everybody he knows. Meanwhile, on the flip side, you got Beerus, who obviously is a destroyer, who won't destroy Earth because of Bulma.
Right. But you also have to think about it in a way where Beerus is kind of like a shut-in. Yes, Bulma stopped this stop this cat from trying to destroy the world through desserts.
Hey, whatever it takes. He became basically a liaison between Beerus and Whis, and
Fair.
she did that. I can't take that away from her. That's why I always say it's always interesting to know that who would you say is more important to this story and everything that happens and everybody's safety and well being and just everything that is.
Mm.
They're both a hell of a lot more important than Future Trunks, but I don't have the time to get into him tonight.
I'm about to say, if you say they're more important than Future Trunks, then that's like us trying to get into a conversation about how important Silver is.
I have a lot I could say about Future Trunks, but unfortunately, we don't have the time to get into that tonight. I can tell you this: my best friend from childhood cannot stand Future Trunks at all.
Okay.
Like, not even a little bit.
Lord. Wow. All right. That is the first time I've heard there is some animosity against Future Trunks. I love me some Future Trunks. We would not have Silver without him.
We wouldn't have Silver without Future Trunks.
We wouldn't. They're
Yeah,
literally
I mean,
based off
they're
of each
literally
other.
basically based off of each other.
Yeah.
And Future Trunks did come back and defeat Frieza once and for all, even though Frieza ends up coming back later on. But
Yeah.
after Future Trunks defeated Frieza once and for all, what did he really do?
Warn others about the androids that end up killing the folks. But the problem was he didn't really take into account for all the androids that the Red Ribbon Army had to take. Primarily because he didn't even get to see them in his own timeline. So it's like, yes, you warned us about a major threat, which if you can do it, go ahead, but you don't really change history and do whatever. But you didn't take into account that Red Ribbon Army didn't think about this thoroughly, did you? Probably because you didn't have to experience it. That's fair, but that's kind of on you.
Also, wasn't the same timelines. It turns out they're just completely different timelines, which is why everything they were doing in theirs was not affecting his at all.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, you came back and warned them, but no, it's not the same timeline. So there are some differences. So now you're coming back like, wait, those aren't the androids I was talking about. It's like,
Who
oh,
the heck you
okay,
getting
all
batteries
right.
all from?
So it's like now y'all are prepared and y'all done wasted all y'all energy on these people, and they're not even the real androids. And you didn't even know about this whole cell situation. It's like you were not prepared to even give them everything that they needed. Oh, and you died.
And you died. Just some people, you died from actual people's hands. Other people, you died from illness. My fault.
So I'm sorry, Trunks. And then in Dragon Ball Super, he comes back to get Goku and them to help his timeline from Goku Black and everybody. Everybody knows that one. Don't shoot. This man is not black. But anyway,
My favorite thing. My favorite thing to hear. Just dag. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, he's definitely not black.
yeah, but people forget to bring into account that entire arc was about him going and getting Goku and them and bringing them back to save his universe, and they failed.
Correct.
They failed. Everyone other than everyone he's ever known is gone. Zeno had to come and wipe the entire universe.
Because you failed.
So, what exactly has Future Trunks done?
He did one particular thing sort of right, but not necessarily correct. He warned them about androids. The problem was he was warning them about ones that didn't come until later. But after that, I can't say he did everything right. He warned about androids. How about that? It didn't have to be his, but he warned us about androids.
Oh, wow.
I ain't say they had to be the right androids. All I said was you warned us about cyborgs. That's it.
And somewhere along the line, he apparently dyed his hair blue.
No, that's so random to me. I'm just like, but was that like genetic, or you just dyed that John blue? Like, or did you dye it purple? Because I honestly don't know.
Oh, you don't know? It was always blue. Don't be colorblind, Aggie. Dragon Ball Super completely retconned his hair ever being purple.
Okay, y'all not about to gaslight me like that damn dress for real. I'm like,
They tried though, because when they do flashbacks in Dragon Ball Super, his hair was still blue.
his hair was still blue. I remember that, and I'm just like, y'all not about to make me think that it's like the dress situation with the white and yellow dress. Whole time it's actually blue and black. I can't see, guys. I'm very much colorblind.
Oh yes, well that's a colorblind thing. There's gonna be a reason people see two different colors. That I don't really. That's really more of a colorblind thing. This is a gaslighting thing that Dragon Ball Super was doing.
I think they're the same exact thing. I just got gaslit. They're all the same to me. I'm like, I see yellow and blue. I see yellow and white. Nah, you see black and blue. You're gaslighting me.
Some people see two different things because when it started, it was they just put it up and was like, "What color do you see in this dress?" And people had different answers.
And
And
I am those people.
and I hate that. That means some people are colorblind, and that's a pretty sucky way to find out that you're colorblind. That you see a different color dress than everybody else, but that's a reality.
Nah, y'all wrong. It's still yellow and white. I'm not trying to hear that.
So when Future Trunks' hair is blue, so when if he was to ever become a Super Saiyan God, like what hair color would it become if he ever turned Super Saiyan blue?
Well, it's not the same blue. So
It's a different blue.
right. It's just a different shade.
Power scaling in Dragon Ball is bullshit.
Yes. Yes. I've come to that um reality as a fan. I'm never going to argue with someone about power scaling because at the end of the day, just like the scouters and the power levels, it's bullshit. I'm not trying to hear that.
It's also the fact that none of them ever stick around.
Nope.
What I mean by that is y'all will build an entire arc around the birth of Super Saiyan, and then literally the very next arc we're getting introduced to Super Saiyan 2.
Yes.
It's like, okay, so can we breathe with this for a while?
No, you just know that we're getting stronger and we made different forms while we were training for the last 3 years.
Yeah, so it's like you beat Frieza by becoming Super Saiyan, and then you hear about a threat, and then you fight Cell, in which Gohan becomes Super Saiyan 2. Okay, that's great. And then we get the next saga with the Buu saga. Now we're getting Super Saiyan 3. Oh yeah, by the way, when Dragon Ball Super starts, Beerus is coming to town. Oh, we got to be introduced to Super Saiyan God.
Which I feel like those are still stupid names for the forms themselves, especially when we got Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyans,
And then we get Super Saiyan Blue, which is the Super Saiyan version of the Super Saiyan.
Like, I'm not about to. First of all, we ran out of names, just
you
like
know,
how
Super
Frieza said
Saiyan
it.
God is like, Super Saiyan God, but this is the Super Saiyan version of that.
Quite literally, when I was at Animeverse, what is it? God, was it Kansas City? Kansas City. So I was a handler there, and I was working with Linda Young, the OG Frieza. Great opportunity to work with her, but I was right next to it was also Frieza from Dragon Ball Super, Damien. So every time he had to say the line, I was just like, hey, can you say one line for me? He was like, anything for you since you've been working so hard. There was that one particular line from Dragon Ball Super where I think Frieza was just voicing his frustration about how the names of every Super Saiyan form was just so redundant and that he needs to think about different names. And I'm like, I haven't thought about it this hard, but he's right. His names suck.
Yeah, Frieza doesn't have any room to talk because Frieza's names are just as lazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And like I said, then we get Super Saiyan Blue. Then we get Ultra Instinct. And then we get another version of Ultra Instinct, but that's going into the manga, so I'm not going to keep going deep into that. It's just nothing ever gets to breathe.
Nothing in the
How
show,
many
right?
power-ups do you need?
This is why this power scaling conversation will never end because you can't be Goku when he got 5 to maybe 15, 20 different forms of Super Saiyan. And they might be stronger than a different form that's introduced in a different anime. So no matter what, Goku apparently will never lose. He is the ultimate shonen character that just never loses. Well, sometimes, but he just never loses, guys.
By the time the series ends, he's gonna be literally the strongest being. He might literally be Zeno himself by the time it's over. I don't know. I wouldn't want to put that in his hands, but he might be that powerful at some point. But like I said, that'll be another thing for another day because today we have reached the end of the podcast. I'm going to go ahead and get a round of applause for that. I know you can hear, but they can hear it, so that's okay. So, the very last true question that we have is, how are you feeling tonight? You finally came through.
It's been more than like, oh god, how long have I been up all day? Honestly, I'm feeling good. This was definitely an experience for me to get into like doing podcasts, because the last time I even did a podcast interview like this was probably like a few months ago, so maybe upwards of a year. And that was with my friend Chase, who runs a great podcast showcasing black women slash femme creatives on Twitch. And that was like, in itself, I thought that was a fun opportunity because he asked a lot about not only my content, but also someone who knows a lot about conventions, and how, as someone who goes to a lot of conventions every year, my tips on what I will pass down to other people, which I'm very strict and also selective on what I tell you guys, for not, because not everything applies to everyone. But otherwise, to be able to do content, to be able to do podcast interviews like this again, it's been a nice feeling. It's been cool to be able to talk to people like this.
I will say a couple of things. Number one, I do my research. I am not only very well aware of that podcast episode you're talking about, I watched it.
Oh, beautiful.
So, yeah, so I know a lot about a lot of things. Number two, I always tell people I love when these podcasts go off on tangents because we always try to put a format. But I always say if you completely shatter the format, you know you're having a good time.
Yeah.
I try to keep these podcasts at 2 hours. We've been on for over 4 now. So, yeah.
Sorry, guys. I tend to yap. I thought I was not an OG yapper, but turns out I actually like to talk.
And so do I, which is why I know, you know what, guys? I've already made a resolution. In season 4, I'm going to try a lot harder to keep these things at 2 hours, no matter what I have to do. So, but
Mm.
until we get there, I'm not making no promises because we still got a few episodes left to go this season and before the season finale. But before we get there, Aggie, is there anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Make sure you stay hydrated. Do your best to do well every week, even when you're not necessarily feeling great. It's fine. All I'm asking you is to try your best. And when you try, that's better than you not succeeding and, doing whatever. So stay hydrated, get some rest, eat and sleep well, and have fun. Always have fun. Because if you're not having fun, then something's really wrong.
Heavy on the hydrated. I'm about to go do that here in just a minute, guys, because we have been on here a while and I didn't have a beverage with me this time. So that is my mistake. Don't worry. I will hydrate as soon as this is over, guys.
It's like you've
So
been on this podcast long enough and you don't bring a bottle of water with you.
I normally do. Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, so definitely, guys, make sure you stay close to our social media so that you will know when the next episode of the podcast is real will be going live. As far as this episode goes, it is right here on YouTube. It is available immediately as soon as it's over, or you could even rewind it right now at any time if you wanted to and catch up. You know, it's literally like Netflix at this point. So this will be available immediately going forward. You can come back and watch this anytime you want. On Monday, first thing Monday morning, it will be available on all the other platforms that we do. So that is Spotify, that is Apple Podcast, that is Amazon Music. It will be available on all 3 of those on Monday morning. So if you're out riding around and you just want to listen to a podcast, hey, check out The Podcast is Real. Again, if you want news from us, you're going to keep up with The Podcast is Real on social media platforms at The Podcast is Real, on Instagram, right here again on YouTube, and on TikTok. Technically, we're on Twitter/Twitch too, but it's not at The Podcast is Real because that's too many letters for them. I don't know what the heck they're doing over there. So it's really The Podcast S real because that's literally what we had to do. But everywhere else, it's exactly we don't really that active over there anyway. It's The Podcast is Real everywhere else. So again, we'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. Like to thank my Jamaican brother Jasirii for coming through for what he was able to with his IRL version of The Podcast is Real sliding through, because he's gonna always make sure he makes it one way or another. So again, for my Jamaican brothers Jasirii, for the drip queen over here, the sneaker god, Mastermind Aggie, I am kingdrell, and I just want you guys to remember Dragon Ball power scaling might be BS, but the podcast is real. And I'll see you guys next week. Salute!
See y'all soon.
I don't know why those power scalings are like that. They're